Hello everyone, and welcome to tonight's stream. Does this sound good? Channel with the bits. Regarding Casagars, will we be able to make ritual pets legal? Good question. So you will have a few different options when it comes to setting your guard rules, and there may be a suitable option for allowing ritual pets necromancy. I'm not 100% sure. We're going through that stuff soon, finding the details of the specific cases. Great, you can hear me. Thank you. Bear's going to get armor, yes.
Oh my god, another one.
Oh my god, we got another one. German with the subscription, and T. Gallagher. Thank you very much as well for the subscription. Appreciate it. Well, we got a hype train going. Holy cow. I didn't catch it. Short row. Thank you for the prime. No, the subscription. The Josan with the prime. Bane Spike TV with the prime. Appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, let's see. So I managed to pull a few things from art today, even though it's been crazy, chaotic, almost as usual. Midas Maelstrom. Thank you for the gifts. Where's my color buff? We are working on the Clade stat pool balance. I mentioned it last time. We tried to make it quickly in our previous patch, but the calculation is a little bit more complex than just adding a few to them. There's a system that calculates this whole thing, and we want to make sure that we have enough time to go through it to make sure that we don't mess any stats up. That would be horrible. Biff Infinity, thank you for the subscription. Can we get a Giga Shad emote in here, please? How do we make that happen? How do we get a Giga Shad emote? That's the question. When can I start paying my game sub? That would be along with the Epic Game release, starting with the free month. So after that, that is the option for anyone to wanna continue playing. Look, when is domination getting from love? There is a very little that makes it stand out above taming. I mean, they have their unique creatures that, you know, you can't tame a few of those creatures. And obviously over time there will be more creatures that will be unique to domination. When can we expect deal building? I can't say for sure. Sometime after Epic Game release, when we are approaching creating the next upcoming sprints, and that's where you come into play as well, where you will be able to cast your votes in what kind of focus should be attended first. And if that's a high prior within the community, then that may become into the game faster. Dear Henrik, could you please say how to correctly read the name Ultumeki in transcription? The dispute come to a standstill. Alright, we say Ultumeki. Ultumeki. Is that good enough? A mana potion, something went in the game. We won't have direct instant refill of mana because it's heavily incorporated in all our magic tools and balance, but there will be additional effects that modify your mana effect and regen, so that's something that you will see additionally. we get patched the permanent ritual circle. We're working on that. We work on that along with the Nave machine house. So we will confirm soon, hopefully. Molva Cosmetics. What software do you use to do 3D art and animations? Do you consider fan submissions? We use mostly Maya to create most of our 3D models, and that's also we use Maya to animate, rig and animate. Obviously, we have some other tools as well when it comes to generating high detail sculpting tools and so on. But Maya is one of our main tools.
Oh my God,
I would say.
Another one.
Wolf Achilles, thank for subscription. Buff pole swords. We may need another notch on a pole swords, that's for sure. We are very carefully following the individual weapon types and groups to try to get good options in use for most of them, obviously. And it seems like the pole sword are still a little bit behind in terms of efficiency. We do see more people use it than before, but yeah, it seems like we're looking at an additional small buff. Can you talk a little louder then? Am I too... This is too low. Is it better now? Boom! Maybe that's better. Use the Unreal Market Play Store. No, come on, man, that's rubbish. I've gone through it so many times. Like I said, rocks, stones, trees, sure. But obviously making specific characters and our gear, making it work with our attacks. We have some motion capture tools as well. We have a suit that we've used a little bit when it comes to capturing real motion movement, which is pretty cool. The blocking system be revamped before it became released. Now we don't intend to change the core system we have in place. It's more about refining, tweaking, and slightly improving where it's possible. But we are quite happy with the core system in place. We need tabards and banners for big fights. That I fully agree on. We need a few couples with color variation, as we won't be able to create the Die and Guild emblems logo system along with TC. So we may be able to add a few of those to help a little bit. Salty Carrots with the Prime, thank you. And Xumo with the Prime, thank you very much. Sir Hob with the subscription, 17 months. That is awesome. That is awesome.
Oh my God, another one.
Boom.
Another one.
Boom. We'll be able to swing our swords and hit multiple enemies at some point. So that is a big thing on a network. For a normal swing, the answer is no. However, this is where the special abilities comes into play. We have a cleave attack plan for a special access that does exactly this. You will be able to perform a swing and hit multiple opponents. So there will be a good set of special moves for every weapon group that we are planning on sometime after it became released as well. And this is where you get those special functions. And this is also where we obviously push melee combat further, adding more tools, tactics, and skills to the gameplay. So you can break parries, you can bypass them, you can do special attacks with risk and rewards, obviously also. So there's balance involved, but this is one of them, cleave through multiple ones. So Richard Pest, I know there's a big request to have that working in houses, and as latest as today, I talked to one of the guys that have been involved with that since we built it months ago, and we want to make sure that we cover what's missing along with now when we also get the damage navigation in houses. So I will get an update on that shortly, and hopefully we can confirm in what patch that will be covered. We ever be able to kick option for pesky tower shields for this? That is one of the special ability moves. Like I said, we're gonna have almost every weapon group will have a parry breaker, and then they will do it at different efficiency, and there will be a wall breaker, a shield breaker move also. Those are specifically within the hammer group. So again, there will be many new cool tactics to choose from. So every single weapon group will have something nice, interesting. And obviously there will be more than one over time as well. I can't say if we're starting with 1 or 2 per weapon group. I hope and think we will do 2 per weapon group. And then, you know, if we plan to do another session of special moves, then obviously we can add 1 or 2 more per epic, per weapon group. After epic, so long ways. Well, it's, you know, we're getting closer and closer. And, you know, there's a few big things we absolutely need to get in place for the masses, and where we ramp things up again, and then can go back to those specific areas to push them further. Obviously, along with this comes also specific states. So there's always, you know, the risk reward. If you use them in a wrong situation or time it wrong, obviously it can be punishing instead. So that's what we're aiming for, player skills. Is the music loud to you guys? Can you hear the music? Or am I only hearing the music? Do you hear the background music? No music? Yes. Can hear it. Okay, you hear it. But it's not too loud. Alright, good. Alright, good. Yeah, let me know if it's too loud or anything like that. Please no underwater continent or ships, just make Milan great instead with developer time. I mean, obviously, like I said, we have some big areas that we're working on when it comes to Milan still. We're not fully finished with that. As mentioned before, along with the Epic Game release, we also have additional wildlife humanoids groups of PvE that spread across the whole Milan continent. We expect more players joining in. Obviously, points of interest camps will be a little bit more occupied, most likely, which means we plan to add more of those PvE spread out. And also, obviously, it's good to spread out the players so they're not just in a few hotspots of the map. Yeah, we went straight to the question here as usual. When it comes to updates, you know, there's not much new to discuss other than that. Obviously, we're getting closer to Sprint 4, which is Elementalism, our so far largest magic school, and it also taps into the projectile-based spells that the majority of mage fans have been asking for, pretty much. So that's gonna, you know, be a big component for any mage player out there. So that's a big important one. Thor, thank you very much for the subscription. We also get some alchemy effects, which is also important for balance. You will be able to create new potion types that you will be able to use as additional options on the field. For instance, specific resistance to cope with those burst of damage spells, for instance. And yeah, as you already probably know, there's this huge task in the background that is slowly pushing us forward closer to the Unreal 5 engine update. TC, obviously a very big patch after Sprint 4. So there's a lot of work being done on several of those areas that is necessary to hit the upcoming sprints. We have done further improvements on the network, and you guys had some big fights recently, which have been awesome opportunity for us to again gather new data based on after our network updates. And with great success, you guys pointed out that our queue system weren't up to date with the new network numbers. So Sebastian fixed that quite quickly. And since then, we have obviously no queue because we're not close to a queue, which is awesome. And in this next patch, we also have a very big total network capacity updates going in, which should push us to quite impressive numbers. We won't reveal any numbers or speculation at this point until we, have more facts, obviously. The servers we checked them, I personally checked the server status when you had quite a few large battles, and we were around 1800 players, and the performance on the servers have been very smooth. The delta tick is still solid. Again, we are looking at how player experience all this also, because there's a lot of strain on the clients, obviously, when you're in a big fight. One is the obvious. You get a big hit on the FPS when there are hundreds of players on your screen, obviously. And that also affects a lot of different things, such as calculations, physics, network, and so on. So obviously, we want to make sure that we don't go too low on the FPS, because then anything can go a little bit iffy. Also, when it comes to packages, if you are far away, to be able to handle the larger amount of packages as efficient as when we have lower population near your client, that also means you may be suffering some different experience depending on that. So we're looking how we can optimize those cases as well, so we can support the largest battles ever experienced in a game like this. And obviously we expect similar sizes of battles along with TC. I'm quite sure we're gonna push those numbers a little bit. Delta tick. So we have a delta timer on the server that we monitor when it comes to how quickly the server can calculate every single action we do on the server. And obviously, if there's stress, a big delay on this delta, then we can also see when the players gets affected. As long as the delta is within a specific range, that it's not noticeable by the clients, as long as they get their data in time, then there's no network issue. So that is some of the tools we use to monitor the network and servers in a live environment. And like I said, we are still around a few milliseconds in delta timer, which is insane. Just again, compared to Molva 1, we had almost a second as a baseline cost, and then distance, and then calculation on top of that. So day-night difference when it comes to our response time in Molva 2. And that is also why we see all, what's possible in fights and what you can read in encounter from across the world in a whole new way. Praise the delta tick, indeed. Like I said, we have a very exciting additional update on the network. We're always a little bit nervous when we deploy big network changes, because obviously we can only test and simulate so much. And then, you never know if there's something else going on when we push it to a live environment and go to higher numbers than normal. But we learned a lot since Steam release, and we have expanded the tools greatly when it comes to calculations, monitoring tools, profiling tools, and simulate player data in a very accurate way. So internally we are, progressing into very exciting numbers. Obviously, it all needs to show and speak for itself in a live environment as well. So, and that's also, like I said before, it's one of the big components when it comes to being ready for both TC and the Epic Game release. We do want to fill Mirrorland obviously as much as possible to make sure it feels enough crowded, alive, and exciting before we can continue push towards second continents and continue to grow and expand the player base. When you test rigs for the game, do you find that the game runs perfectly well and that maybe people who have issues are from their setup and not the game? I mean, sure, this is one of the thing with almost all PC games. Every single PC out there in the world is almost different from each other's, right? It's not like a console. You know, you have the PlayStation dev kit and this is it. Or, you know, so that's always been a little challenge when it comes to building games for PC across, you know, from low end to high end. Obviously, we want to support as many hardware spectrums as possible, but we're also pushing the boundaries, trying to make the most beautiful MMO game on the market, utilizing Unreal Engine 5 and all the latest technology. So obviously that also puts some demand on the clients, right? You can't expect to run high resolution with lumens and run that on an old generation CPU and GPU. That's not practical. I mean, it is right now trying to hit a track target on, you know, from 30 to 60 FPS on high-end the next generation game consoles, utilizing that tech. So obviously there's a high demand as well when it comes to PC hardware. But yeah, you know, we try to obviously cover us a wide amount of hardware from low end to high end, make sure that everything works as intended and performance is all right on that lower end as well, to be able to have that as a minimum requirement at least. GFN still crashes. Any chance of a fix? I have no update on GeForce now, sadly, but it is on our table that we will obviously need to look into what be causing this. It's not that easy to we have looked into it in terms of it's not just a quick fix. We need to address, spend more time development on making sure we can cover that. But yeah, we are aware of the feedback when it comes to GeForce now. We don't know how many use Epic exclusively, but there's a very, very large amount of people who use Epic, and it's not about who use it exclusively. The marketing from Epic release will bring game attention to many people from both platforms that haven't heard of Mortline yet. Yeah, exactly. That's very true. Like we said, we used the Epic game release as a big milestone in terms of getting the game to the state where it's, you know, where we needed to be for the Steam release. We want to make sure that we can handle an influx of more and new players. We want to have that whole core set in place. We're refining the GM's tools and all the monitoring tools to more efficient and better be able to help all our players if something goes wrong. We fully understand the frustration if, you know, a bug happens or something goes very wrong and the player are punished because of that. So we are trying to cover, expand on the GM tools and monitoring tools to make sure that if something goes wrong, we are much more efficiently being able to help with that and hopefully make a happy customer player rather than disappointed if that happens. So yeah, it's a big milestone in many different ways. Getting that end game content in place, new player experience in place, and like I said, improved support GM function. A very good opportunity still to be the first large-scale MMO on the market utilizing Unreal 5. There's a lot of excitement going on in that big milestones, and yes, for sure, we will get a lot of attention, awareness. New players will be able to find it. A lot of marketing is starting. We never reached the point to start the marketing for real at Steam release due to the issues we run into. So a lot of things are starting with the Epic Game release. And that's when we set the goal to obviously make awareness and show the world about the game. Every day today already, we're getting a new player that finds the game and then are shocked that why haven't I heard about Mortline? I think this is awesome, and they become a player. Obviously, there's the pros and cons in getting them in now already, when we identified where a lot of new players fail to get into the game or gets dropped pretty much. And that is a very important identifying factor. And that's what we're also working towards the Epic Game release, to make sure that we increase greatly the new player recognition, to make sure that whenever those new influx of new players show up and find it, there's a much greater chance for them to actually, have giving the game a fair shot and getting to know what it's all about before they can make their judgments. So yeah, it's a very important, and it's pretty much the biggest milestone since Steam release, because it's our new chance to actually making a new release, putting the game on the world map, hopefully, and obviously, hopefully, things will be much more under control and smooth along with that date. So it's also good to see that we have we have the TC before that, because we already expect an influx of some chaotic, a lot of old guilds join Immortal 9 again to start playing into the TC part of the game. So that's also a very good opportunity for us to make sure we have all the tools in place and can monitor the network server performance and capacity, to make sure that we haven't run into any new bottleneck or situation that we may have to address for Epic Game release also. So yeah, I guess that is that. Mathematizer, thank you very much for the Prime. Any sneak peeks on Art of Elementalism today? So today I'm working on getting some of those juicy sneak peeks that many of you guys obviously are waiting for. I'm talking about Elementalism and some TC, but I didn't manage to get some of that today. I did get some cool progression of what we are also patching next. That is some important things for TC actually, and that is so with TC there's some exciting new components that goes into the game that we were lacking in the first game, which means so we want to promote player interaction, trades, and possibly player conflicts, because that's also what a big part of the game, right? And we want to promote that in a meaningful, exciting, interesting way. And I believe that we have identified some really cool content here to mold those systems into Mortal Online theme. We don't want to copy one of those restricted time zone battles when it's open or closed 100%, because we never really enjoy that approach in a true open sandbox that the players are 100% in control. But at the same time, we also saw the issues by not having that kind of, I'm talking about, for instance, siege windows, stuff like that. We fully understand some of the issues with that, but I think we have a very nice solution to all that. And that is, it comes into two pieces affecting this. Both is how you can control where you utilize the highest defense value when you have your lowest peak with members online, pretty much, so you can coordinate with that. And the other thing is how you, so one big problem was Ninja Siege in the first game. You woke up and then bam, everything was gone. Obviously not very exciting. So we have a very exciting system where this naturally balance things out, where there's steps how you make a siege more effective, rather than just going straight there and sieging with the catapults. But along with all these steps, a big component, and this is also what we talked about a lot. Everyone, a lot of people have been asking about, we want world travel, quick instant travel, teleportation and such. And, we always pointing that we have a very important component, which is localized resources, where the base is, and transportation of heavy goods and resources and so on. So, and we are not finished with any wagon system yet. So obviously what comes into play here instead is Molvas, Campodons, those heavy creatures that have the highest carry abilities as well. So obviously for that to happen, we obviously need equipment for those creatures. And I wanted to show some sneak peek of that. being in progression currently, and will come into, some of it will come into next patch most likely, and then we have additional content for that, like armor bags and so on. So let me show you a little bit of that. Let's start with, let's see. Oh my god, thumbs up. Belric, thank you very much. Thank you for the subscription. 19 months, that is impressive. Let's start with this little juice. What the hell is that? So bags on all creatures you can use. So obviously we have the turtle here with small bags. And you can bang. Oh shit, sorry. Oh my god, I'm skipping ahead. Here we go. This is different. So we have large bags and small bags for the turtles. You see that bird, eh? Spoilers. So yeah, so you will be able to put bags even on your turtles soon. They're quite sturdy and strong, so you can carry quite a few things on them. Looks pretty cool, right? When we are able to start put equipment on all the creatures, as mentioned before, and finally delivering those steps now over time. So that is the turtle, and then I guess we can already show the terror bird with its little bag here. Flipped as the bird. So yeah, this is small bags, and then boom, the large bags. Nice little upgrade there. So now you can also carry things on terror birds. And then we have, let's see, bam! The Molva bags. Bam! The large bags. And as you can see, we made some room for obviously the rider in the middle there. So, and like I said, we also work on the armor. The armor is getting close to be finalized. It's not entirely finished yet, but it looks really awesome. So you can get some additional defense on your Molva, and you can use these bags. Obviously, they come at a cost when come at speed cost. So you have to choose if you want to go heavy bag running or a little bit less to gain that a little additional speed bonuses. Do pets carry different amounts? Yes, every single creature have a carry ability connected to their size and strength pretty much. So so I would say that with TC, they're gonna get some really exciting components, like I said before. We're gonna get more in details what I'm talking about when we get closer. I want to direct the whole stream towards only TC and sieging, because there's a lot of cool stuff going on there that is obviously important stuff to learn. But like I said, in short, being able to carry heavy stuff will be very important. And you wouldn't just run around with horses. You will need an army of hundreds of horses to run around with all that equipment, resources, and supplies. So obviously, you may want to use the heavy pets for that kind of transportation. And there's one heavier than this one, obviously. And who could that be, guys? Who could that be? Hundreds of horses. I mean, the carry ability that you may require, depending on your goal, obviously with CD and TC and sieging, you may want to be more efficient than running multiple horses back and forth. And yeah, the Campodon. Let's see the Campodon then. So we have the small bags. Holy shit, it's so tall that you barely see the bags here on this from this angle. So let's show the large ones. So the Campodon, when you see it from the side, you will see that obviously they have a huge heavy amount of bag carry ability compared to any other creature currently. So obviously the Campodon largest and also carry most weight. Molva is a little bit smaller, carry a little bit less. Woohoo! Yo, Skrilly! So yeah, like I said, if you want to be efficient, supply running, transport heavy goods and resources, the Campodon is a solid beast to fill with those heavy goods and transport efficiently. And obviously it also can withstand a lot of beatings, so especially when you put armor on it. Looks great, Henrik Starwell. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to hear that. The artists have been working hard to make them final, beautiful, and also that it makes sense, right? So we always try to push very hard on realism where it makes sense, and everything has a thought throughout design, what function, what makes sense. So yeah, a lot of efforts goes into everything we produce, obviously. So I'm happy that you enjoy or like what I'm showing so far. Who can carry all your bags? The Campodon can. How much climbing skills do you need to mount a camper? No climbing skills, actually. When we tag them as climbable, mountable, you will have that. And that's one of the things, right? If it's such a tall, large creature, you may even have to have a specific mount animation where you actually grab and climb up. Stuff like that. So that's also, again, why it takes time to enable more and more creatures to be mountable creatures. How much? Let's see. 2 black bags when? So we are working on all the creatures from top to bottom and trying to obviously take the more important ones first. Like I said, we want to be able to offer you the maximum carry abilities, which obviously is the Campodon currently. And over time, like I showed you, we have the turtles, we have the terror birds, some of those that are also very much used. So we're going through the whole list. I can't say in what order exactly. We also work on armors simultaneously. How many slots are there in camper bags, more than horse bags or not? Yeah, for sure. So there will be amount of slots as well, dependent on all these bags and creatures. So the Campodon have an insane amount of slots and very high carry ability. I don't remember the exact numbers, if we're talking about 32 slots or something, or even 64 slots. I don't remember exactly, but they have the maximum amount as the current creature. And horses and those other smaller creatures will have quite less, fewer slots and carry abilities. So again, there's a whole important balance that ties into TC, supply lines, connected to obviously these creatures, how effectively they are. So yeah, this will be an important component, especially, like I said, if you're involved into heavy city building, sieging, trying to go for and also maintaining cities. Just running a city will be very exciting, even though you're going, you don't want to participate in guild conflict, trying to keep the peace and stay out of everything. There's still the opportunity to, or the goal of running a successful city, if you want to open it probably for everyone and have a benefit of doing that, promote it and maintain it as a government, like a king or duke or whatever that may be. While obviously adding conflicts and enemies and wars on top of that obviously will give even more requirement, team coordination, and important runs to be efficient. So yeah. What training shows so far? So yeah, I can show them again here. We have the Campodon large and small bag. We have the turtle, large and small bag. We have the terror bird, large and small bag. We have the Molva, large and small bags. And we have the Campodon, which lost. So this angle shot wasn't the best. I barely see it because it's so tall and not from the side, but it's heavier than this one, obviously. So we're getting some of those bags, and like I said, armors are being finalized. We are almost done with the Molva armor currently, and it looks pretty sweet, I have to say. When we get other house styles, I can't say for sure exactly when that will be. So we have a system that is also ready to support a few different interesting components, such as being affected by the biome you are in, such as if it's a sandy area, it may have a lot of sand on the sides, etc. So it really fits the environment. And then we'll also have the different clade-inspired designs that we want to add to the game eventually. Obviously gonna take time to build all the variations and cover them all, but we will plan ahead with future packs where we expand on these different areas. And like I said before, we may want to ask the community. So one of the things we want to focus on in upcoming roadmaps is obviously expanding on TC stuff. What kind of content would you like to see? Are there specific services or additional options or additional types of styles of houses and options like that? So it depends a lot on that, because again, we're still a small team and we can't do everything at the same time. And I think it makes sense to ask you, the community, what will you like to see first in these categories, so we focus on the right things. So yeah, we will we're looking into how we can open up that debate and give that voting tools to you guys when it's time to, you know, slowly start preparing ahead of the upcoming sprints. Will you add more progression elements? It is easy to run out of things to do. Add achievement as a start. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, so there's two things to this, I would say, that is direct linked also with the Epic Game release and also partially TC. So there will be a heavily expanded task system, which means anyone can do work for the different nations, and not only new players I'm talking about here. That is one of the powerful tools to, you know, make sure that new players always have something to do and learn by doing that. But there will also be those tasks that can be interesting for veterans to run, because there will be additional bonuses and rewards that also ties to prominence and city TC and so on. So I think that there will be more things that you know, any player can run there, on top of obviously the normal dungeon and camps farming and so on. And we're also, you know, later on we're going to add a veteran system that is a never-ending achievement, expanding your character in different ways, which is quite a lot of this that you just asked. So yeah, there are several components that will add to this that always have, you know, offer things for you to expand on and hunt for and discover. And of course, then we have some other exciting features that a lot of people are showing interest in already, like the meteor relic drops. They're going to be very exciting for those that obviously run cities in any form of way that want to hit into this conflict zone of never-ending battles. Yeah. Send with. Just like I said, there will be. We're always trying to look into that heavily as well. That what does the player enjoy doing, and obviously where do we want to expand that? What kind of content do we want to add that gives never-ending content to, you know, keep doing? Because we can add some function that may be boring when it comes just to doing it against, you know, solo or against the AI. That is one thing, obviously, but as soon as you add a conflict where other players also are involved, then the situation is always unique. And that's one of the beautiful things with a sandbox like this, player interaction, right? If you have exciting player interaction with other players on a daily basis, that's also something that keeps gaming sessions very exciting for the players, right? So those are some top end features that we want to have in early on, obviously, to support that kind of end game experience or long-term experience. Let me see if I missed some bits here. Billy the White. Currently tamers with max pet lore and max taming are still enabled to tame certain medium to high level pets. Can this be fixed to help with new players' experience? A level 20 Campodon was low chance to tame for me with max lore and max taming. Yeah, so that is partially intended. There's quite a few creatures that we don't want you to be able to tame as adults. They are too old, too wild. They don't simply, you can't mold them. You can't tame them. Campodon is our largest creatures currently in the game that you can tame. You know, the big elephants, and they have an important carry ability along with TC. So we do want some time investment and effort to, you know, tame and claim Campodons, and then later on you will be able to breed the ones yourself. So if you look at that whole picture, whenever you are able to breed Campodons, obviously that changes a lot on your production in using Campodons, right? So that is why there needs to be room for too old, too difficult to claim all of them. I hope that makes sense what I'm trying to explain, but that's an intended design behind it. But obviously without breeding, you have a little bit less tapping into that. But yeah, that's intended. And we did make it clear that it tells you the chance. If you remember before that, it didn't tell you the chance and you just stood there blindly. Didn't know if you had a chance or not. Now the game at least give you the feedback that, yeah, you have a chance, but it's very small. Or, you know, you're not gaining experience, it's easy for you. Imagine when we didn't have that. That was a killer for any new player for sure. Let's see, did I miss anything else here? Training dummies for TC house equipment. Yeah, I mean, that is, again, there's a long list of things that I'm sure that the community gonna suggest, and I'm sure a lot of that fits. Like I said, we can't add everything in the first pack, and we also need to make sure it's controlled. We can cover the balance and test through all that, and we can't just keep on adding to that list into the last minute and not have enough time to polish and test and refine it. So that's why we need to have it in certain packs. Like, we're starting with a good amount, you know, the base pack for TC, base pack for sieging, and then, like I said, there's a never-ending list that I'm sure also you're gonna participate in, you know, expanding on, and then we will pick those accordingly to what the community want to see first, and then we make it happen in upcoming patches. Murder titles, please. You are a son of a murder. Yeah, I mean, titles is also one of those things. Every now and then, when we have a spare coder, we can add a few titles, connect them to the different things. And yeah, sure. We have. I can tell you that on the title sheet we have a lot more than we have in game currently. It's just a matter of prioritized order for coders to tag the new ones. But yeah, eventually, for sure. How will looting of strongholds and houses work? Will groups be able to completely destroy houses and strongholds, or just loot? So yeah, obviously this is a sensitive topic, and like we said before, for the world to be persistent, that the player wanna, you know, go out there, explore and build and enjoy housing features. When we look at some of the most popular games that allows people to build houses, there's important components tied to that. If you could lose your house with everything you collected and decorated that house overnight when you log in the next day, you will simply stop doing it. It will be a huge time waste for you. You will be obviously very upset, and you may even leave the game for such loss. And that is, you know, we want to promote meaningful sieging, meaningful fights and rewards and risks with consequences. But we also want to make sure that those that want to try to avoid it and just, I'm building my nice house out here in these forests. I'm collecting rares, decorating it awesomely, and I'm playing here with my friends. If I'm a constant threat and any player can just go there easily, destroy it and loot everything, I mean, it's not Rust, right? It's not that kind of gameplay where you have 1 hour to destroy everything, loot everything, lose or win everything, and then it's a new session. We need to remember that this is a persistent MMORPG game where huge achievement and rare collectibles over years and years, you know, needs to matter, and there needs to be proper chances and options for players to enjoy and protect and utilize that. So that is why we're also adding the components that makes fighting for real conflicts, you know, participating in that risk, opening you for becoming a target also. That's fair game, right? But we want to make sure that just going to a random house and siege it should never be a profit and promoted to be quick, easy, and just rob everything. So if you happen to destroy a random house, which you can using heavy siege machineries and spend effort, gold, and time and resources in doing so, obviously, hopefully that may be for a very good reason that is worth all that investment. But yes, when it is destroyed, it will remain in a destroyed state for a certain amount of hours, where it's still locked down for the owner access only. But if the owners haven't reacted within that time frame, it will be free for anyone to loot what is accessible at that state. So yeah, that is in general. House attachment for stables to place NPC at some training dummies too. Cheers. Yeah. Like I said, that list will most likely grow over the month or even after TC, when you see, okay, now we would like to have this and that also, right? Why do so many useless pets have far more pet points required than others? Wolves versus night snatchers, for example. Yeah, it's still being tweaked on. Like I said, many of those creatures have completely unique abilities that we are also tweaking a little bit, which also comes into play with obviously their pet point costs. If you combine some abilities, they may become insane compared to the normal use of an old pet. Hope that makes sense why. Will all pets get armor soon, such as bear and terror or direwolves? Yes. We are working on the armors. Currently we're trying to finalize the Molva beasts armor. So we have armor for all mounts and bags for all mounts. And we have the additional bags that I just showed you that are also coming in. And we will continue working on that list. So eventually we should have bags for all creatures pretty much. And armors also over time. Armors obviously takes a little bit longer time and is quite a bit more complex, both to design, build, and animate to make sure everything looks and works correctly. But yes, those will have armors that you mentioned. So if we raid someone and they log on within a day, they don't lose their shit. Oh man. Like I said, there's a opportunity time frame for the owner to try to protect and take his stuff. Obviously, if you're standing there and he picks it up, he will be giving it to you, right? And if you don't have the opportunity to call his army, whatever, to save some of his items, it will be free for all eventually. Like I said, it's not Rust. We have to remember that this is a persistent MMORPG. You can work for years to find and discover things and place them in your house. And we want to promote housing because, like I said, if you lose everything overnight in a house, there will be no houses anymore in the world, and you won't even have anything to raid or look at. That's just a fact. If we want to have houses with conflicts, bases, player running around and have the opportunity to siege and fight for the right reasons around the houses, then they need to have some kind of security to rely on these functions, so it's worth the investment and worth using them, or they are removed from the game. So those are the options. Do we want the houses and everything that it comes with, which is a lot of joy and excitement and future features also, or we remove them completely from the game? Thank you for Mortal Online, by far the best game ever. Thank you very much, LRG. Will creating siege weapons be tied to the engineering skill lines, and how will siege weapon be transported in the world or in inventory? So yeah, I try to not go too deep into the specifics when it comes to rules and all these details when it comes to TC and sieging, because I do want to save a lot of things for a very juicy stream that we're getting closer to, where we're actually going to go through it all. Like, these are the general rules. This is how you initiate city buildings, and here are the important rules to consider and learn to run a city. And obviously the same thing with sieging. But in short, no, you won't run around with a big siege machine in your pocket. And again, this is why these beasts with bags and eventually wagons becomes important part of the balance. And obviously what I mean with that is that you won't be able to carry around heavy boulders, heavy siege machineries, and the construction tools for that in your pocket. You need Campodons, horses, Molvas, any creature that can carry heavy items, goods, and resources. And then you construct those on location with specific requirements, and yes, skills will be involved, and skills will also affect how efficiently and how quickly you can construct these things. And then when it's fully constructed in place, that's when you can interact with the siege machines, and most of them are effectively used by a team, a group of players. So with coordination and teamwork, you can be very effective in some of these siege machineries rather than just standing there alone trying to do everything. So you will be able to move around these siege machineries depending if it's a stationary or a one with a set of wheels. Obviously, you will need manpower to move the siege machineries if it's a heavy big one. You can't just do that alone, which means you need to call your friends. They need to push the whole machineries, and you can stand there and say, go left, push, we need two more to push it more quickly. And then you can be the one that aims, and you can tell one person to be the reloader, or you reload yourself. Again, that is the interesting part of coordinating and being effective using some of these machineries. We refine them as well greatly from the first game, where they feel more, again, polished, and where there's some cool mechanics behind them, where you can mount them and use them with some cool mechanics. There are some gears and chains and ropes that you pull, and so it's really cool compared to our old siege machines. And this is obviously what I want to show a little bit when we get closer to have that more refined, and know this is the part, this is the system we can deliver, this is going to work, because there's still some experimentation when it comes to some of these functions. Is it fun? Does it work? Does it look good enough? Does it make some sense? There's quite a few of that going on, and that is why also we want to reveal that more in depth when we have gone through some of those sessions, that okay, now we feel safe to present it, because this is how it's going to work. So I pushed a patch to test. This test is going well. You sneaky players. Yeah, I mean, we are doing heavily session every week now. A lot of things is going in, preparing a lot of things. So yeah, we're steadily moving forward. Obviously, the big thing now a lot of the developers are working on is finalizing elementalism, which is a very big advanced magic school. Like I said before, we are looking to naturally split it into two natural pieces as well, because you can become a fully fledged elementalist or you can go hybrid or halfway, where it also makes sense skill-wise and function-wise. You will see that soon. I'm gonna show some of that. It's quite different. Even in the spellbook, it's different from other magic schools, and it's large. It's huge. It's almost becoming like you could be playing a single-player game where you only play as an elementalist. It's that huge. So we need to, iron out the last details now and put it in place, and make sure everything works as balanced as intended. But yeah, we are progressing steadily. Please let Minas pull siege. Will look so cool to Minas pulling a catapult. Yeah, I mean, we fully agree, and obviously we've discussed that as well. So there's a lot of things that we want to tie to these as well, and we will in the future. So we wanted the wagon system along with this because there's also a lot of things where it makes sense to obviously use wagons, right? But it's a very complex system, and there's many components that will take a longer time to finish. And that is why we made sure that, okay, for it to be somewhat effective when it comes to TC and sieging, we need at least a heavy creature transportation strength. But yes, we want to connect that you can pull some of these machineries even more effectively using creatures, for sure. And also wagons, connect things to some parts. So eventually we will have more siege machineries, larger and different types, how they work. And yeah, we want to tie them to heavy pulling. Like I said, this is human power, right? You will have to be a few people to push some of these machineries slowly forward. And if you connect a heavy creature to this eventually, like a troll or a minotaur or a Campodon, then obviously that will be even more effective, right? So yeah, there's a long, exciting list down the road that we can keep on adding and expanding additional options when it comes to this. Will aiming away spells change with elemental? Yeah, I mean, the whole elementalism school have its own rules, how you aim, move, and release spells compared to any other schools. But yeah, so with elementalism we get a new core rule to the game, which allows us to release a spell without a target. It sounds kind of basic, right? But it's big fundamental differences on the client and server depending on how a spell projectile works. And there's a lot of work behind it, believe it or not, depending on these specific rules and how they should interact with other players running in and out of this projectile. But the good part, like I said, is we're getting a very important magic rule, and that is specific types of rules when it comes to projectiles, slow and fast. And also you will be able to control some of the spells. So you release them and then you can aim and control them also. That is completely new to this school. You can place things locally as well in different locations. So we're getting a lot of spell tools along with elementalism that can also be utilized in many other magic schools, such as releasing a miasma cloud requires a target today. With this function we can utilize that you don't require a target, and it will be even more accurate as well for everyone. Let's see, sorry if I'm missing any questions here. Most domination pets are not superior to tame pets. What's the next dominate only pet we should expect? Troll, spider, queen? I can't say for sure. Like I said, there are some unique, specific dominatable pets that are very powerful in different ways. We have the tagmatons, for instance, that you can utilize in some ways that can't be tamed. And yeah, we have those spider types, very specific creatures that are not animal in the same terms as the one that you tame. And they will have different unique abilities and strength, pros and cons. And that, you know, over time we will add more and more of those also. Can players create 3D objects and models and send them over to Starward to be added to the game if they are good at and fit the art style of the game?
Oh my God.
Yes, that is doable, but there are several components that needs to be considered. I mean, it sounds good, right? If you hear someone, oh, this is an awesome artist, he wanna give you a few models for free, and you know, it would be stupid not to accept that, right, and get that bonus thing into that game. It sounds great, right? But usually it comes down to a few complicated situations in that case also. Then, first of all, obviously we need to clear all the rights for the models to make sure everything is 100% in terms of that. The second thing is that we have a very specific pipeline and how everything works and how performance works. Almost every creature in the game uses fur in a very specific system, and how that is created and utilized by the engine is very specific and can very quickly change the performance on the clients. So there's many rules that needs to be cleared and correct, and it takes a lot of time for even a talented senior artist to go through this process pipeline, learn, adapt, change, and get into that working environment. And then it goes back and forth a lot between the different developers that are involved with that. So as you can understand, that close relationship that we're working internally in the team, if an external artist is just working on his own, creating something awesome and just sending that to us, that means it doesn't fit our pipeline. It doesn't follow any of the structure or rules or anything like that, which means we need to kind of split it up, crush it down, and rebuild it correctly, make sure everything is, you know, following that pipeline, the performance, the amount of polygons, the fur system, everything needs to, you know, go through this pipeline. So as you can understand, it's not that easy just to accept a model and just add it to the game. So yeah, those are the things to consider, and therefore when already going through that very specific pipeline of building something, if it's not like, you know, we usually try to design that, okay, so this is what we need to create, this is the lore behind it, it need to function and look like this. If we just get something that looks cool, it may not follow anything of that, which means we would have to modify and redefine that already, which means we may be already spending so much time that like 90% redoing the whole model. You see what I'm trying to explain here, that it's not that straightforward simply just to accept a model and put it into the game. That doesn't work. We need to go through several steps. So that is the only thing that kind of makes it tricky. I mean, there's a lot of games and projects out there that are very much thriving and growing and exploding due to community work, right? And that is a very powerful, cool thing. So, but yeah, the challenge is when it's so specific in our case that if we just add a creature in the wrong way and players can tame them or have them in a big amount, they may be killing the client performance if it doesn't also go through the performance optimization pass. So obviously we would like to have the proper design, lore behind it, and then follow this whole pipeline process. So it's tricky. It's tricky. Like I said, we always have the door open for anything, you know, anyone contacting us from a person to a company with anything. We always try to, you know, consider what could be done. The most elemental spells required to criminal flag. So if you place a big away, you know, or release a tornado in a town, obviously that is a big criminal act. So you need to be very careful when it comes to releasing away spells. Obviously it's your responsibility, and if you release something that can harm anything in that way, you're committing a crime. So yeah, you need to be more careful, I would say. It's not an illegal school. It's not a crime to learn and work around elementalism, but obviously harming anyone is a crime, like anything else. So that is the only thing you will need to, learn how the spells really works before you release them in a way that could make you criminal. I guess that's it. If you make the resting focus for Beastmasters 100, only if they have the specific animal Beastmaster lore, this gives us more diversity to use special attacks and pull back pets in fight. As it is now, we have to do a bit of DPS before attacks are available, and we can't pull them off for a second or we lose focus. There will be some additional options here. We're looking into possible component recipes that you can also give to your pets to modify these factors. So there's a few things more that can give you additional options, at least. Yeah. We're planning more enemy humanoids, goblins, nymphs, etc. Yeah, there will be more, and there's also, so we have a invasion system that we need to finalize also, that we plan to obviously make heavy use of. And what I mean with that is that we had a very exciting invasion system in the first game that we obviously again refine, as we do with all systems that are great, have good potential, or have something that are awesome and something that didn't work as well. And obviously make a good opportunity of utilizing that data and feedback from the past game. So there will be invasions eventually that happens, and that will be, there's a few big threats on Nave. You can read some of it also in the lore, but obviously along with those invasions you will see a whole army of breeds and different types that tries to invade and take over. That would be a big enemy that you will encounter, along with the baseline of wildlife and humanoids. They already missed a sneak peek, so I've been showing some of our upcoming gear that we have finished so far. The importance of bags and transportation, that's gonna be very important along with TC patch. That's why we need to get them in and ready for that. So yeah, I showed some of those creatures. The largest one, I can show that again here. We have the Campodon obviously with its bag, but we also have turtles, starbirds, so, and we're also finalizing the armor pieces for the Molva currently. We add town criers similar to UO to let people know about in-game dynamics events happening around the world. Yeah, we actually added that in the first game also, and that was exactly where we were inspired from. Some of the town criers from Ultima Line. We're heavily inspired from that Golden Gem MMO game, obviously, as you can see in our game already. So yeah, we had town criers that you could talk to, and they hinted news, new clues, or whatever that may be, or when there was something heavy going on. It was a neat little system, and yeah, we plan to add that again eventually. It's a good thing to also spread some of the clues, actually, to get going with some of the things we add to the game. Yeah, building fur and hair, stuff like that in a game is a skill set of its own. We have a very specific developer that are also been working on games like Age of Conan and Ubisoft games, I think. I don't remember exactly. But their expertise is actually here, Beard, and you know, the technology, how to, or the skill set of making here believable and still have proper performance. And if you compare our hairstyles, beard, etc., to any other game, I would say that we are way up there. To build hair and beards like that requires a specific skill set, and it takes a lot of time. And again, performance is always the key. You can't just throw in tons of planes and polygons and hope for the best. And also the material, shader, and all that makes a huge difference. So yeah, it's a specific skill set that is required to make stuff like that. And we're expanding on that as well, slowly but steady. Like I said, we actually have a set already, but we are looking to add a nice pack along with the profession is one of the goal. I mean, sure, we could add them in the character creation again, but I think that there's a lot of excitement and benefit from, you know, getting that barber profession and release those in the game to be a profession, and that you can discover those unique, cool looks and offer them as a player. And then slowly over time, you're gonna see crazy stuff, cool styles, ancient styles going into the game, and you can obtain those. I think that is a cool feature to the game, rather than just adding them all to the character creation. Do you agree, guys? Do you agree?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, MC Vike, thank you for the donation. What is your vision for mounted combat melee wise future mechanics to them? Like a buff to spur on when having mounted charge, or bandages on horse back half effect, etc. So we are aware of a lot of feedback when it comes to mounted melee. The animation and velocity impacts need some love to make it, you know, a little bit better, to put it better in a sweet spot where more people can enjoy it and still have player skills involved to perform that effectively and be deadly using a horse. So we are aware of the feedback there, that we need to attend more time in polishing that area. We're gonna look over the damage range to make sure that you can hit, you know, the aimed damage to be deadly, but without one-shot killing anyone, that we had in the first game a little bit. And like I said, some of the animation and how you control the swings and aims may be a little bit iffy also. So we need a little bit of love there for sure. We are also tweaking some of the stamina usage in gears, and the spur on is one of the abilities that we're also going to tweak a little bit to give a little bit more use efficiency behind those. So we are tweaking some of that already. When we character look at their age. Yeah, we didn't cover the skin age attributes. We were looking at it, but again, things becomes heavier, more complicated. So we decided not to add that this time around. Maybe we will add it later. You know, sometimes there's a little bang for the buck, and we have to choose the big ones first of all before we can go to the smaller ones that fine-tune things in the future, you know. Fix spider influence. Is it broken or what? I'm not fully aware. I'm sure if it's reported, I'm sure the QA team are aware and should have it confirmed with coders. Yes, we have the invisible timer not being synchronized when you run over locations going off. We will address some time for that bug. We understand it's very bad whenever that happens. Is house placement going to be fixed? Why is it so challenging to find a spot to build? There are spots that should work that just simply don't. I can't confirm without knowing where trying to place it, because I don't know if it's a location we're not allowed to place. There are some zones in the world that does not allow you to build, even though it looks like it could fit. And that is because of balance reasons. There may be a specific thing that should be nearby that don't allow you to build there. Obviously, we want to make this very clear to the player and send a specific message that if you're trying to build there should be a message that explains this to you. So that's clear. So you know you're not wasting your time trying to do it very close nearby. So it depends on that question, I guess. Other than that, we see new houses going up every day, spread out. Thousands of houses already on Milan. It's going very quickly expanding, and obviously along with TC, we expect it to go even faster. Thousands daily. No, I meant we say daily being placed. I meant thousands in total, if that makes sense. There's a lot of houses. We made a heat map with the houses, and you can almost see the shape of Milan already slowly being shaped, just because of houses being built almost everywhere. So there was many more houses than I thought was a thing. I can confirm that the spider focus is apparently fixed already. So next patch, you can expect that to work. I saw a question in here regarding the spider focus. When I'm using basic rooms, what I mean by basic rooms? I mean, we experimented a lot when it comes to creating fur and hair and all of that for our creatures and models, and we want to make it look like AAA. We want to push the boundaries, and now we reached the conclusion of what looks best for us and still have good performance. And the artists are very, very skilled with that technology now and how to build everything. Will elementalism have projectile spells that are comparable to the range of bow and arrow? Yes, pretty much, yes. So there would obviously be a good variation of shorter range to long range, from very quick ones, almost instant ones, to slow projectiles, to slow ones that you can also control and move around. So there's some really cool stuff when it comes to... You're pretty much going to master the whole projectile dominion as a mage. The one thing many have been asking for, new and old. Hey, I want to be able to shoot these fireball in the air like a projectile, and you know, the common way, I would say, for many games doing magic. We're getting a lot of that, a lot of variation when it comes to that. A lot of cool, many AoE spells, chaotic, crazy, devastating, large spells if you have the right circumstances to perform those elemental spells. When is the next patch? I can't say for sure exactly at this point. A lot of things is being changed, updated, and worked on currently. So I can't say for sure. Can we see some elementalism? I plan to do a little session, sneak peeking, showing some of that soon. I'm not sure what stream I will be able to do it, but I plan to do something similar that we did with necromancy when I jumped in and showed you some of those spells. So I plan to do something similar with elementalism quite soon. The thing with the how we work with this is also like, usually we don't just create one spell and work with that for a long time and then have it fully finalized and then go to the next one. There's a whole system behind the categories that needs to be worked on, and then we have obviously the artist team, the effects that ties to that. We have sound. So for a long time, there's like everything is in like almost like a prototype stadium where you can test things and you can access them with quick commands to be efficient while we work on these things. And then not until very, very much in the end of the process, that's when everything, changes to the final command, how you cast them, the final VFX arts, the sounds get into place, and, it looks, as intended. So that is one of the things. There's always, even though we're working on the mechanics and spells for a long time, it wouldn't make sense for me to show them in that state when it, you can't really imagine, oh, so that's that spell. You can't really see that because of the function and when we test codes and so on. So not until the later area, that's when you really see, oh shit, the effects is in place. Holy shit, it looks awesome and it plays well. And you cast it as a player would. That's also when it's, the opportunity to show it to community so they don't get confused. What the hell are you showing? So that is also why we need most of the time until we get the final part that makes it presentable. And like I said, I don't want to show something that are a placeholder of something that, easily misunderstood, because people are gonna talk and say, what the hell is this? Or what's going on? And we have to explain and not very efficient, and people can just get confused or annoyed. So yeah. And can we see the sneak peek? G45, I already showed you sneak peek. This is one of them. Getting new models into the game. Let me jump down a little bit. I'm way behind, guys. Sorry. Way behind. Is anyone at Starwood currently working on new armor styles, weapon hilts, heads? No, not really. Everyone is occupied with TC, bags, armor for pets, the magic schools, content surrounding the magic schools, how to obtain the knowledge of the magic schools, the effects, sounds, NPCs, trades, new regions, alchemy components, new regions for that, a new buff system that also connect to all alchemy. And like I said, some TC work also in the background, and network work. So currently we are not working on player melee weapons. We are, however, we have one artist that are working on clothing actually for both NPCs and players. We are finalizing that. It's 3 types of clothes, a full sets of clothings. So we can have a little bit more citizen looks for NPCs, but also clothes for players that they can use. So cool looking clothes. We'll be able to look like Conan the Barbarian with his crown. It's been 30 days since Christmas patch, stuff delayed. So we actually pushed the patches earlier. As you know, we had Christmas. We want to be able to have some holidays off. So, and we actually first were planning to split that up in 2, but we actually managed to put in that extra gear and get the whole pack of Beast Mastery. There was a shitload of content in that patch, and we were a little bit worried if we missed something major or added something critical. So we really crunched through testing and verifying to make sure we didn't wreck anything that close to Christmas and New Year's Eve with the holidays and so on. So we actually gave more than we expected. We were supposed to do half of that now. And obviously, instead of getting that half now, we're already fully working on sprint 4. So currently, I wouldn't say that we are specifically delayed, but also we don't mention any dates or time frames, so no one would know if we are delayed or not. Currently, we are quite following the planned setup internally, and hopefully we will be able to continue doing so for delivering the sprint. And depending on how obviously everything goes, we will try to update when we are closer. So yeah, hope that makes sense. Will Campodons be rideable? Yes, but not yet. We need additional animation because, as you can imagine, our character doesn't really reach up to the back, so we need a little climb animation. So in some cases, there are additional animation work that needs to be added to the system. That takes some time, and we are very busy with some very huge parts that will greatly benefit the game. In general, AI, behavior, pathing, navigation, supporting in-houses and zones. So we're working to make sure that specific spells can also, AI can interact correctly with that. And that also expands the AI in general when it comes to PvE encounters and so on. And yeah, the animation work for skinning the bags and armor that we also need for TC. We have animation for elementalism, which means they are occupied from adding additional mount animation support. We can only do so much in animation apartments at the same time. Will ecumenical spells like Outburst ever be changed to projectile like Modern 1? Okay, so I want to clarify here. So in Modern 1, no, not a single spell in ecumenical was a projectile. And that was the big confusement. A lot of people complain, why is it fake projectiles, homing missiles, when it's already an instant hit? The reason why we removed that fake projectile flying like a homing missile and made it instant hit is because the mechanics is an instant hit. It's a hit trace, right? So that confusion got obviously solved with that. But yeah, people are asking instead, can you instead make them into projectile based? The answer is no. Ecumenical is not supposed to be projectile based. Elementalism is, and that's what we're getting now. A huge school of a lot of projectiles. So they're very different balance wise, cost wise, mana wise, and rules, how you can cast them and move at the same time, stuff like that. However, we do think that visually we could make the feedback impacts better on ecumenical, which means instead of having a slow projectile flying, because as soon as we have a slow projectile flying from me to you, everyone will expect it's a projectile, right? So you should be able to dodge it, and you can't because it's not that kind of spell. Which means we need to make an instant visual effect instead. So it shows that, okay, he's casting on me, and it's an instant spell. The effect comes to me directly, like the ecumenical spells does. That is something I most likely want to change in the future, so that visual feedback becomes more clear and interesting, and everyone can see what's going on. Okay, I saw that he cast an outburst on him because of the trace between them, or whatever that visual effect may be that fits an instant trace spell function, which ecumenical is. So yeah, elementalism is what you're talking about here. That is the real projectiles, slow and fast to almost instant spells. But not only that, they will also have wall placement, away placement, aiming effects where you can aim and control. What I mean, aim control. You can release a spell and control it afterwards. And you can control the weather. And then we have a summoning area for the elementalism as well that are completely changed from the first game. That is really awesome. So there's a lot with elementalism. Like I said, you can almost make a solo game based on being an elementalism, mastering all the elementalism functions in the game. More character customization, please. So as we explained before, we don't really want to add more character customization and the character creation window, because we want that to be a deep, never-ending, expanding profession that you can discover, profit from, and sell to others. And it can be from unique to rare styles that ties into character customization. So I hope that makes sense. So you will eventually be able to become a barber. You will be able to discover rare recipes, how you can make the rare, very specific Calardian hairstyle or beard that are ancient lost knowledge or whatever that may be for all the clays eventually over time. So that is how we want to expand character customization in-game by rewarding exploration, professions, play interaction, and economy tied. That is the way for a true sandbox game, not just pick it in the character creation. Does it make sense? Hopefully. Will summoning be included with the initial release of Elementalism? No. That is one of the part that we will we need a little bit more time. It's a new system that we never had in the first game, and therefore we don't want to squeeze it in that big pack that is already huge, because it doesn't make sense. There's no requirement to absolutely have that in the same initial patch, because it's quite separate already. You can choose to be one with it or without it, depending on your elementalism style. So that's why we think that it's better to deliver it when it's ready and properly balanced, and have that finalized, so we don't have to go back and rework big things. How are you guys going to get people to want to live outside of blue cities when TC comes out? And other than gold farm for large guilds, what point is there in taking keeps or destroying strongholds if their items are going to be safe? So the goal is not just to destroy someone's stronghold, and that is the excitement. We talked about this a little before. There are additional features and components that makes those various fields exciting. So obviously out in no man's land, where you can't place murder counts and so on, there will be additional risk reward for those that want to venture out there trying to participate in that. Obviously there may be plenty of PvP players that want to participate in that area. So becoming the emperor of the lands is obviously a big achievement for a guild, and bragging rights and power rights and all the guild conflicts that come between them. Now you can actually interact with each other, you can attack each other, siege each other, try to claim each other's keeps. Those big things that haven't really been possible in an efficient way until we get the sieging mechanics. We're also promoting smaller skirmishes, so we know that a lot of people enjoy having a good fight. It doesn't have to be the largest fight ever with weeks of preparation and all stake, all in, all out. That is very exhausting for everyone. And if you don't have a lot of free time, then that will become even more exhausting. So a lot of people are also looking forward to smaller skirmishes, fights that you can jump in, participate, have fun, and log out without being flamed by your guildmates because it's a huge siege that is going on for days or weeks or months. So what I mean with this is that initially you will have the supply lines that can promote this kind of smaller skirmishes that allows you to do exciting fights between guilds that want to claim powers, and obviously your enemies will be natural targets here as well. Things you can fight over and sabotage for your enemies, and obviously those enemies will like to defend against that and stop you from doing those kind of raids. Later on we also want to add a relic system that I mentioned that is super popular in the first game, that adds a never-ending fights for relics. So instead of going there, raiding and destroying all their things, that, like I said, is a huge time consuming and effort and investment that you won't have the health and energy to do on a never-ending story. So to promote meaningful, exciting ways where you can go a little bit more casual in and out and participate and have fun without that incredible commitment, relics come into play. Like let's today I have my 5 or 10 friends. Let's try to steal this relic from that bastard guild over there. They hold this relic. Let's try to raid it. And that can give you a nice long PvP session of conflicts and meaningful, so you can actually steal it and keep it for your own or give it to your allies or whatever that may be, and use that power for your advantages. So there will be a lot of those components that are very much more exciting and useful for fighting for, because of just instead of just destroying everything else. Because again, if everything is being destroyed easily and lost, people will eventually take breaks and leave, and it will be less of that conflict. That is not really the long-term beneficial excitement of conflicts and wars for the players or even the player base. That is why we're trying to promote those meaningful, exciting battles that can be done in hours or days. And then obviously there will be those big sieges that will keep on going for weeks or months, just as it was in the first game, where large guilds will try to, steal keeps from others. Obviously, naturally, that would be a thing also, right? But that is the grand scale of a siege. You really need to invest, go all out, coordinate perfectly, and do it successfully. So there's many tiers of player conflicts, and where it's exciting to do battles and sieges instead of just all out, all in. And like I said, you can also destroy wall sections. You can. We're looking at adding support so you can destroy a wall section in a building or a stronghold, so you don't have to wreck the whole stronghold. You can just destroy the wall and then go in and kill them or whatever, So smaller steps is also possible. Life is feudal MMO game, a siege dragged out on for months. Would you like something similar? So in Molva 1 we had a war that went on for what, almost a year. And just looking at what's happening already in the game, there are already plenty of guilds and sides that most likely gonna have long wars over the years to come. And along with new relics, new of those functions arriving to the game, they will most likely be fighting over those as well for weeks and months and years. Just like in Molva 1. I mean, we have legendary sieges and fights in the first game that lasted for years. So obviously we're expecting that also here. But like I said, we identify that the majority maybe didn't think that was the most fun conflict in the long run, because it was all in, all out. All victory, all loss. Very exhausting for everyone. So that is why we're trying to promote something next to this, which is small tiers of skirmishes, fights, wars, conflicts that, like I said, that is more suitable for, let's do something fun today. Gather a group and let's steal some relics, or let's destroy some supply lines, or let's try to steal some supply runs from the enemies. Exciting things. Relic drops, holy shit, let's go and try to take it from the sky, and you will see other enemies or guilds being there trying to take that relic, and you will have a fight for that. So those things, I'm quite sure they will be very exciting, and there will be many different forms, and you may enjoy some and you may not enjoy some of them, but there will be plenty of those options to give some meaningful play conflicts. There should always be something to do and something to fight for. Can houses get roofs for placeable weapons? The normal houses we have today is not really, built or optimized for having siege machineries on the top of them and so on. But like I said, we have strongholds, and we're expanding more buildings eventually that allow you to give different types of designs and styles that could also offer some of the defense weapons that you can place on them. Like I said, we're starting with a big pack of TC with its services and base function to start a city and run the city, and the same thing with the sieging pack. Zerg versus Zerg for relics. Lol, thanks Henrik. No, I wouldn't say that. So like I said, again, we learned a lot from the first game. Yeah, one relic dropped on the sky and you saw huge fights there, but that was awesome and fun. But again, there's nothing that says that there could be 2 drops at the same time or even more. What happens then? Do you take all your force to go to one and try to hope for the best, or do you split up your team? Most likely we'll see split up teams, or you're just going for one, or hope, or chance, or whatever. There will be exciting opportunities, and like I said, we obviously have a lot of cool data from the first game that we make heavy use of, right? And like I said, that's just when the relic drops, right? That is one exciting event that happens on the server automatically every now and then. And then of course, when you have the relics, then it's free for all to fight for them as much as you want, whenever you want. Will elementalism only be for fat mages with high mana cost? No, we are possibly looking into some change here as well. You will see that being ironed out when I try to do a elementalism sneak peek stream. Do you plan on adding a reason not to kill everyone you see? Of then 8 people I bought a copy for, 1 remains. Yeah, like I said, this is a very important balance factor. So obviously now not having any of the zone systems in, the steps of tiers of consequences and pros, bonuses for those that are actually on the good side. And a lot of people are a little bit bored. They want to have fights every time they log in. Those that are fighters, they want to fight, right? So they go to locations just trying to find people to fight every time, right? It makes sense. Obviously, it's our task to make sure that if there's no meaningful, exciting, high skill, reward, risk to fight for things where like-minded fighters go to fight, everyone becomes victims, right? New players, anyone, anywhere in the world. So with Epic Game Release, this is a heavy focus as well. Nearby old cities, it goes from high security to low security, and this is where your newbies are playing if you don't pull them out, obviously, and tell them what to do. In those areas, they will have the opportunity to learn the game. There's nothing like, there's no crazy creature, no crazy rewards. It's a good opportunity for new players to adapt to the game, learn into the game, and expand their character. Where the high rollers, the veterans, the PvP players, and all of those, they may be hanging out at the conflict zones, no man lands, they can't get murder counts, the high risk, high reward, TC wars, conflicts eventually. So they will leave those noobs more alone. So that part is coming, obviously. Is this a kid's game? It is whatever you want it to be. It is what do you think it is. But no, we have a much higher average age than most other MMO currently, actually, and that's nice. That's nice to see. I wouldn't say looking for a fight, or more just people looking into pick anyone they see. Lol. Killing souls a small group with 10+ mobs isn't really much of a challenge or war. Exactly, but that's what I mean. So those that find PK and fighting fun, we have our eyes on them and we communicate with a lot of these players. It's not that they find it fun and get rewarded by killing a noob, but if they have nothing else to do and they just want to fight and kill, and hopefully they think, oh, if he get killed, maybe he pulls out an army of people and then can have a fight. And sometimes that happens in a fun way outside of Urbanum, the militia. just taking their pickaxes and going out in war. And it, you know, every now and then some exciting moments happens for everyone involved. But like I said, if there's exciting things for those that want to fight in PK, if they get something they are rewarded by or getting excited by, they would most likely not waste their time in noob areas killing noobs. You see what I mean? There's a natural balance there as well. I mean, J45 wanna show his skills and fight against someone that can fight back, right? Even he says it openly. Sometimes he's bored and sneaks in one noob kill left and right in hopes that more will come protect him and give him a real fight, right? Am I right? Am I right? If you know that there's a conflict going on, if you go there, there's gonna be a few good fighters, you would go there, right? Am I right, J45K? Or do you wanna, or will you stay killing the noob at the graveyard if you know there's a little relic fight over there with some decent PvPers, a small group? What do you do, J45? You think the best of people? No, absolutely not. Holy shit. No. I made Mortal Online. Are you kidding me? I know exactly how horrible Zamox players are and can be. And I know the whole spectrum. Holy shit, Lohodo, trust me. Holy shit. You're shocking me with that statement. Like I said, I know exactly what J45K is doing. I've seen him streaming a lot. And I know what he wants to play as. And I can see it in his eyes and his tone of the voice when he's bored and have no one to fight. I know this, okay? I'm doing this. This is what I do for a living, okay? I know what J45 wants and need. We just need a little bit of time here. Am I right, J45? Am I right? Breakdown. He needs much love. True. That was the most emotion I've ever seen out of Henrik in a while. No, come on, man. You know I'm very passionate. You know, I've been working with this for my whole freaking life. I know more than most people think. I think actually, sometimes that becomes clear when I'm hearing people. But that's fine, right? I know what you need. I will all be. Pretty good question. What products do you use in your beard and hair? Nothing at the moment. Just dried it. That's it. It's fluffy. And it's getting long again. I need to hit that barber shop. J45 murdered 3 naked people that came out to defend him against 2 skilled PvPers yesterday. I don't know you know him like you think. Trust me, I know when he's backstabbing noobs as well. Trust me. I have my eyes on everything in the game. Like I said, there are many people that obviously enjoy and love Mortal Online for the combat functions, you know. That's what they want to do in the game. That's fine, you know. We have so many components in the game that people will be excited about and don't care about the rest. So obviously it's our work responsibility to make sure that there's plenty of juice in every category. Everything from PvE to PvP, conflicts, exploration, crafting, trading, and backstabbing. We need it all, right? We need it all. Yeah, you're right. I'm only killing noobs when I'm bored. J45, I've seen that. I mean, you're not the guy that hesitates when there's a fight going on somewhere and you start going there, right? Because that's what a lot of fighters are, you know, looking forward to find. So obviously, if we promote that in many different tiers, obviously there will be plenty of that going on in the world. I need a house decor system that revolves Ultima Line. We were very inspired by, like I said, Ultima Line, and a lot of people enjoyed playing Ultima Line only because of building their houses, their stronghold castles, and just decorate them into infinity. You know, store their wares and just enjoy. And that is why we have invested a lot of resources in trying to make the most complex 3D based house decoration system without instancing on the market, period. And I'm very proud of the team that managed to do what we have today, that allows you to, you know, quite heavily decorate the game already today. And we only seen the beginning of the, obviously, the amount of decorations and things you can place in the houses, but already a very impressive amount, and it's growing every now and then also, obviously. And there will be more types and styles also when it comes to constructing. Hello, Yannick. Name and shame. Is thieving going to be a thing? Yes, it will be a thing. It's heavily based on what it was in the first game, with one big important modification balance, and that is risk reward tied to it, which means you will require more tools and preparation before you do the thefts. So you actually have a risk when committing, which you didn't have in the first game. You could be naked and steal something large, and I don't know where you hid it on your naked body, but not in a pocket. Didn't make sense, right? Character creatures are done in house by Starwalt. Yes, we spent a lot of time on the characters clays because we knew that we only have these 10 races. We have these clades, and we want to push them to the next gen visuals, and we want to be happy and proud about them, and they should last for many years to come, you know, before they feel out of date. So we really pushed the limits and spent a lot of detailed time to build them very carefully. Same thing with the hair and beard and all that. And obviously fully sculpted to be as close to the lore as possible. And correcting some of the small stuff again to make it as accurate as possible from the first game. There was quite a few things in the first game over time that slowly got missed or mistake or didn't really was correct, or simply there wasn't skills enough, experience enough, or tech enough to support some of it. We try to take the opportunity to refine and fix all of that this time around. Things that we don't design uniquely in all cases is where it doesn't really matter, such as, you know, rocks, stones, trees, basic building assets, flowers, stuff like that. As soon as we need something specific that are unique to Modern Line, and obviously we need to build that, such as our specific statues and lore-bound things, machineries, stuff like that. He also is the first to cry about whatever killed him. M-A-O-P. M-A-M-M-O-P. Mages OP, taming OP. I mean, come on, man. We know that all PvPers needs to have something to complain on, right? It's in the nature of taking the loss. Few strong men can admit to a pure loss. There are some of them in our game, but not all of them, right? It's the nature. Doesn't mean they are bad players. maybe it's our losers. Asu, do they have instances, right? They don't have any one world tech with housing. I haven't. It was a very, very long time ago I looked into Asu. Are we going to get more housing models like Euro styles, example, small towers, L-shaped house, etc.? Yeah. Like I said, we are getting... we want to hit the clade-inspired types as well. So you can choose your, clade style also eventually. And yeah, there will be different types of large-shaped houses, stronghold types, etc. So yeah, we have, again, a base pack, I would say, currently. Any plan to have free weekend or something like that? I have a couple of friends that doesn't want to buy before playing because it's a hard niche game. Eventually we're gonna most likely make Haven free to play down the road. Obviously gonna take a while until we reach that point and have the support for that, but that's something we're planning for. It would be a good suitable way to introduce new players that are hesitating, just like you said, that wanna can get a taste for the game before committing. Also, obviously, we want to hit the Epic Game milestone because that's going to heavily change the first hour experience of playing the game, especially when leaving Haven when the real game starts. Many feel quite lost and overwhelmed and don't know what to do next, and that is a big thing we want to improve. So there's always something exciting for new players to do, even though they're lost. So that will help greatly. And yeah, most likely we will also do campaigns over time where we may want to push new player awareness, doing free sessions where people can try the game and such. Anything that is suitable down the road when we have reached those very important milestones and everything is under control. If any other questions include, is something coming? The answer is most likely yes in the future. I mean, a lot of the questions can be found on a website and forums and other VODs and discussions. So obviously I'm not sitting here being annoyed because people haven't read everywhere, because that's impossible, right? And I also know that those that are in here almost every single stream may hear those becoming a little bit repetitive, but I don't mind. But yeah, I try to obviously be very clear that making a complex game like this with less resources than the giants, being an indie company, doing it in a way we don't take shortcuts in terms of dumbing the game down. We don't do heavy instancing with loading screens left and right. Respecting those core rules is a huge demand on the development and requires something unique compared to most games today. So obviously things takes time, right? And we have a backend system, a backbone now that supports almost anything. In the first game, we had to take a lot of shortcuts. We had to sacrifice a lot of the mechanics because it was simply too early. The engine didn't support it, and we also lacked a lot of experience. Today, we can, with quite clear confidence, say that there's almost no limitations on those features that we planned and designed in a certain way that we had to limit in the first version. And that is very exciting. It makes it very exciting to work on the game as well over the years, because every few months there will be something new, exciting, large system being implemented in the game, especially now when we're surpassing the first game in terms of some of the features. So it's very exciting, obviously, to take new steps, getting new features into the game that we never had in the first game. But yeah, like I said, obviously, I want to always make it clear that a lot of those questions of something, and I want to answer to it rather than just ignore all the questions. we know for a fact what we can do today and what we will have. The question is, in what time frame? Is this something we prioritize highly? Is this something that most of our players want now in a near time frame? Then that may be focused on. Is this something that just a small portion of our player base want to have in the game and we get less bang for the buck and it's time consuming to produce or build? Obviously that will be pushed down the road. It makes sense, right? Everything OP. We're getting the boats. That is one of those good examples. It's a huge complex system, but very exciting. That was a feature that was growing in the end of Molva 1. And there's some cool boat games out there that are, you know, making people inspired. And obviously this is a perfect sandbox MMO where boats make sense. We can tie so much cool content around the ship systems. Becoming a freaking pirate. Sail the seas, discovering the sunken continents, have PvP wars over the seas, fishing up bottle treasures and, you know, building bases out there. There's a lot of things that just fits the game nature. And we have very old design on that. Obviously we want to refresh that design because we now have, like I said, less limitations that we had in the past. So again, depending on the community, if we see an overwhelmingly votes, everyone wants us to focus on the boat system, you know, after a certain stage, then obviously we want to make that happen. We, you know, it makes sense. But if we see that it's down there in the polls, they want to see this and that first, then obviously we're going to focus on that first. And we have a good general feeling what people want the most. Obviously we can see the questions, we can see feedback. But sometimes, you know, we maybe get a little surprised that, holy shit, if you really state the questions, that changes a little bit because now more express themselves and tells us what they're looking forward to. So that can quickly change that picture a little bit. Because like I said, the majority of our players are silently following, playing, enjoying. They don't usually raise their voice. Already in here, there's a few hundreds players that enjoy the game that never says a peep. But if they see, holy shit, now I can affect, this is something I'm very passionate about, now I cast my votes, and bam, we have some, you know, data. We have the four hooves boats, yes, but quite different from the ship system, what that will utilize. The peep, you know, the peep. Can you hint at any more new professions upcoming to Mortal 2? I mean, there's a ton of professions that will come over time, over the years. Like I said, we have the barber professions, assassination, the assassin profession field, or some of them. There will be plenty over time. I do yell peep when I'm slaughtered. In game chats, sooner or later. That gets thrown out often. Yeah, the chat window is getting a little bit out of date, and it's true, obviously, with more and more players, and especially when new players show up, it can quickly get out of hand. So we're looking into possibly adding that system similar to had in the first game, where the help channel is supposed to be help channel only, not really taunting your enemies or trolling around and stuff like that. So we need to clear that from the help channel, so the help channel is used for the right purpose. Soundbound cosmetic clothing when? A soulbound. I'm not sure about that. We are getting 3 new sets of clothing pretty soon. They're almost finalized. Can maybe do a little sneak peek of that eventually. We don't do soulbound on the common gear. There may be some clothing, you know, so you can look like a normal citizen rather than running around in rags, perhaps. Yeah. Spiritism will get some additional attention, yes. We are just making sure that we fully deliver elementalism first. We don't have to go back to elementalism also. barber, but only 3 haircuts. So we have already more haircuts and beard styles that are not in the game. Like I said before, I don't think we want to add more in the character creation, because it's a mixed thing, because new people or people that are going to review the game going to say, okay, it's a cool character creation customization system, but maybe I would like to see a few more hairstyles. And this is where my response come into that. Look, we decided not to have more hairstyles, beard styles, etc., tattoos in the character creation window, because we want a lot more of that to be discovered and earned and awarded in the game, and also tied to a profession. And I think that is super exciting, and it makes more sense. And when they hear that, they say, holy shit, yeah, okay, then it makes sense. I'm excited about that, you know. So over time we will have unique, you know, rare, or you may be able to meet some requirements or reward to get that hairstyle or that tattoo or beard style, whatever that may be. And we have already a pack for all of them, and we are doing the second round now. So we're getting more and more. But like I said, I don't think we want to add it to the character creation window. We want to add it to the profession and as rewarding content in the game, which will be much cooler, right? Because you're gonna one day you're gonna see, holy shit, look at Tetsuya, his freaking mohawk hairstyle is, I've never seen that before. And you're gonna ask him, how the hell did you get that? And you're gonna say, oh, I killed a little noob and he had this recipe in his pockets. I gave it to my barber friend and bam, I got my hairstyle. You know, that's a story. That's achievement. There will be a disguise kit along with thievery. Gold, eh? This is what we're trying to do. Make golden content for the game. And it makes sense, because this is the type of game that can allow it. How many other games can allow that? You can only count them on a hand. There's so few, right? We need a gold. We need a gold. Yeah, we had a 24-hour access in the first game, and it worked pretty well. And then you could apply for more, or we can also play some helpers in those channels that we know are helpful for new players. So it's used for the right purpose. So yeah, we're looking through that and going to decide the more exact rules. Hopefully we will have that in place for Epic Game release as well, so it's helpful for noobs. Yeah, so shall we let me see. Let's remove the little baggies, and I guess it's time for 1 second. What about the cooking system? I need input from Mats there. We are aware of the feedback that it's not rewarding enough when it comes to obtaining the skills and knowledge and using those specific ingredients. There are too many powerful values in raw food. We are fully aware of that situation. We just need some time and eyes from someone that is, you know, can read the system, fully involved, and do the right tweaks to it. Obviously, Mats, the mastermind behind that system, is very suitable, but he's also very busy with some other areas. So we have some right hands from Mats now, so that I can utilize in various locations. So hopefully we'll be able to cover that one soon also. We're fully aware of the feedback when it comes to cooking. And it's a huge cool system, so obviously we want to refine it to give those juicy rewards for those that go deep into it. Yeah, let's start a giveaway as you already done. Exclamation mark M2 to get that going. What's the total billable hours? What do you mean, billable? Justin, not sure what I mean. More parkour content will be fun. yeah, we always keep that in mind. You can see it specifically in some locations and cities. I mean, we really try to do it hard on Kranish, as you can see. There's some heavy support for that. And yeah, we obviously, that is based on what we see what players trying to do. It's awesome to learn how to parkour in any location and have that little edge of knowledge where you can reach, come up, and flee from threats. So yeah, for sure, we always try to promote that heavily in cities and locations where there are structures and so on. When is the next roadmap patch drop? We don't have any dates, and we will stay away from announced dates until we really know. You know, we have done our final test sessions. We have done what we can. Now it's time. When are we getting a lore Q&A stream? Good question, good question. The thing is that it's not just dependent on me when that happens, and that is, you know, the challenge, right? It's dependent on other developers such as Mats, you know, or someone that are in that area, and they're quite occupied currently with a lot of things. So I can't say for sure. It's always a struggle. I know that, you know, I expressed that obviously I want to try to have more stuff going on and participants in streams, but it's easier said than done when you are a small team. You know, the big companies have a whole team that just can focus on communication and streams and so on, even though they don't even have them too frequent. But I still think these are a good opportunity to chill with the community, get first-hand feedback and questions and anything. I still think there's a good value in that, and hopefully there's an interest in it for you guys as well, obviously. But yeah, like I said, we always try to improve and expand when we can and where we can, and hopefully we will be able to grow and expand the whole company and team as well. So maybe we will have more added to this part. Oh my god! Another one! Demo man, thank you for the donation. Show on stream if you're brave. What the hell is this? Let me take a little peek. What the hell is this? Black Priest terrorists demands in the next patch for mounted archery on one Campodon, or we bomb the next event. And you even painted a nice little wagon on top of a Campodon. Pretty nice, pretty nice. I mean, like we said before, we are planning to support. We built a quite robust mount system. We know we want to have multiple players on one mount. We have the wagon system. So, you know, over time, I'm quite sure we're going to cover all of it. It's just a matter of time. Can we see a world bus soon, please? We are a little bit busy with TC currently, so we have paused a little bit of that expansion when it comes to AI behaviors. Again, I wish we had more coders that are deep into the pipeline and can deliver these things simultaneously, but I only have a few that can go very deep, and obviously I need to utilize those skills assets where it's most needed. And currently we all need TC to be delivered in a very good, exciting state, solid pack, because there's a lot of endgame content tied to that. And then yeah, you know, we're going back to the specific AI functions. They go deep, man. They go deep. There are several areas of the development and feature. The good part is obviously the coders we had now for quite a while. They're getting deeper and deeper, which means we can put them on anything, which is awesome. You know, initially it was only a very few developers that could go deep in the specific developments. It's also because it's one thing to code client-side functions, but there's also the whole network part of the thing. And initially, you don't know anything about the network system when you are a new coder. You just know how to code, and if you're lucky, you also come familiar with Unreal Engine, which is helps obviously. But you have to go into learn the whole network pipeline to fully being able to implement functions eventually in Model 9. And obviously it's great to see more of our younger coders becoming comfortable with that kind of development and coding, which is awesome. And you know, I plan to bring in even more coders, obviously, that also eventually hopefully will be able to do so. And this is why I think it makes sense for us to give the open pool discussion with you guys in the community, and you know, tap into what you would like to see first, so we can put those coders in the right focus area. You guys. We all want the elemental mentalism sneak peek, and trust me, it will be all worth the wait. I'm gonna try to show them soon. There are some spectacular functions coming with elementalism. Just always consider timer similar to like buses. It will add incentive to hang around and so increase possibility to encounter players. Adding points that have a respawn timer. Adding points of interest that have a respawn timer similar to a bus. I mean, they do already. They do. But what we are refining are the loot reward system to be a little bit more constant rewards when going there. Yeah, it's been a steady growth since Christmas patch and the Christmas sales. So it's really nice to see that steady growth starting already with that. I'm expecting a growth with Sprint 4 as well, because everyone is getting the mage love everyone have been asking for since day one that are into mages. And obviously TC Sprint, I think, speaks for itself. A lot of old guilds is coming back to whoop that ass. Whoop as you can. So that should be exciting. And then of course we have the big epic push. Acts created the population boom. I'm sure they also helped with a lot of the in-game conflicts, a lot of fights for sure. But yeah, it already started with the Christmas patch quite well. So that's great to see it culminating, you know. Mr. Shivan, I responded to that one before. Yes, we plan to add free to play on Haven eventually after the Epic Game release. Most likely we plan to add, we may have drops, free game time, and possible some like that, yeah, free weekend promotion. Everything we can, obviously, that many other games does successfully to help make awareness and marketing of the game. That's something we plan to do when we're ready for it, yes. Boom. Mobin Zalari. It beats. Why aren't houses lootable when they decay like in Model 1? We haven't finished the siege destroyed state mechanic yet, which comes with TC. So with TC you will have the destroyed states, destruction states, and loot states. When is the turret control update expected? That's sprint 5. You can see it on the roadmap. We don't have any official dates for our delivery. It's better to not have that stress and frustration if we need to rearrange that date and that whole shenanigans. Shenanigan. Where's the giveaway? It's incoming in a brief moment. So if you just tune in, !MO2, and I will roll the giveaway shortly. Okay, no worries, Mr. Sieben. Let me jump down. I'm a little bit behind here, I see. Is he answering only to questions in Discord? Zooks? No, this is Twitch. This is where I answer the questions. So here, where you type. The never-ending discussion about the second character slot, and the response is still the same. So, very short. We designed the game to be fully utilizing one character heavily with split skill trees, etc. That wasn't the thing in the first game. We also split the skills efficiency to be more effective, to fully 100% effectively crafting around 17 skills. We have a veteran system coming in later after Epic Game release that also further expand your character. And then we will evaluate the Diva system that maybe allow you to create another character that is a sibling connected to your first account and reputation, your first character, I mean. So we needed time to go through those steps. One character in Molva 2 is almost like 3 characters in the first game in comparison to what you could be. So it's quite a difference already there. Do you have a plan for people that are subbed, that their sub stops? Will their character be locked, or will they have another option to continue playing as free? So, if you're playing on Milan in the real game world, you need to have an active subscription to play on your character. So if you're not subscribed, you will obviously keep your character and all your progression, but you will not be able to log in to Milan or any of the continents. Yeah. We had a free-to-play option in the first game, but there was a lot of negativity and crap tied to that, and we're actually very happy to see a lot of that crap just being flushed out, solve a lot of issues for us, increase quality and experience for all the players in the game. So there's a lot of pros with having a subscription where the players have to commit a little bit and you know, hopefully being a little bit more serious about their commitment as well, and not a free trial to try crap and just, you know, sabotage things because they don't care and it's for free. People like doing that shit. So this is a game for those that deserves, you know, the best sandbox MMORPG experience ever, you know, since those golden days in Ultima Line. That is the golden vision. Yeah, we should have a rapier, however you pronounce it, back eventually. We will have additional, we have a lot of blades and handles already in the pipeline. We just thought that 5 of 5 is a good starting pack, and then obviously we will add more of those over time. We want to hit some of those new weapon groups as well. There may be some kind of incognito spell in one of the schools. I don't remember exactly, but there could be one in them, yes. There will be other types of alteration spells for sure, that alterates body parts and so on, or grow specific components on your character. And then we will also have the disguise kit for thievery and assassinations as an option, a tool. My back, guys, my back haven't been healthy the latest week. Need to start doing that stretching back exercise. The lower back is in pain. My neck have been quite bad as well lately. Right, I think it's time for the giveaway, guys. Explanation mark M2 if you just tune in, and then we will roll it. All right, let's see. Chiropractor visits. Yeah, maybe. I tried it once. I didn't think it helped much. It just did a little crack. That's it. I just need to get, you know, exercise a bit more and stretch and use my lower back. It's sitting here and decaying in my shear. That's not good, you know. We're built to use, move and use it, not to sit. Yeah. Look up exercise called Dead Bug and planks of varying difficulty. Yeah, I have. When I actually got a insane, what's it called? Big Scott. Help me, guys. Bullet shot. The direct translation is not real that. You know, that extreme back pain that makes you become immobile. You can't even move, can't even breathe. I got the worst in the world that absolutely describes the direct name it is in Sweden. Let me see if I can translate it. Lumbago. Do you know what that is, guys? Lumbago. Many years ago, it was lunch break, and then I was walking towards the old office, and bam! I got a shot in my lower back, like someone shot me, and I just fell straight on my back. I couldn't move. I hardly couldn't breathe. So I actually thought I was shot for a moment. After all, this is Malmo, you know. And I was laying in the grass just outside of the office in extreme pain. I couldn't move. It was like my whole body was paralyzed of the extreme pain. And the muscle just tensed up that I couldn't move at all. And I thought, holy shit, I couldn't almost not talk or breathe. It was like that kind of sound. Couldn't turn my head. And then I heard, after like 30 seconds, "Hey, you there, are you okay?" It was a cab driver that, you know, just pulled down the window and asked if I was okay. And I was laying like this. I couldn't move my head towards him. I was just like this. Yeah, it's okay, yeah. That's all I could do. And so yeah, he just went on on his when I translated, what I got was lumbago. And after like 10 minutes, I managed to pull up my phone from my pocket. I had to call my brother, and I said, "Yeah, I have to come here and help me." And lumbago, okay. And he eventually came and tried to pull me up into the car, but I screamed in pain, so I couldn't move. And I thought, what the hell have you done? Are you shot? Or you broke your back? I couldn't even talk. I didn't know. And then after a while, slowly but steady, I don't know how long it took, like 30 minutes or something, he managed to pull me into the car and drove to the hospital. And yeah, I got a really, really bad lumbago. And I was terrified for holy shit. I didn't even know that could happen in that insane degree. And after that, they gave me some exercises, and you know, since then I've done that to make sure it doesn't happen again, because holy shit, I was like immobile for a week. Worst thing I ever had. Couldn't walk, couldn't do anything. They couldn't really see something. It was just a very severe case of that. But it could be that I have you know, that little small fraction in the disc joints or whatever that is, that, you know, are permanent problem when that happens, because it goes on and off, but much more less severe, luckily. And if I do my exercises well, then, you know, I'm pretty good. But yeah, holy shit, when that happened, I got so terrified that I went to the gym daily after that to, you know, build that up from not happening again. So that was insanely terrifying. That, and I think it was like 10 years ago. I was like, or was even longer than that. I think it was, yeah, it was close to 30, something 30. So that was crazy. I don't know if there was like some disc joint problem or a small fraction that, you know, they don't usually surgery or risk doing anything. And if I train and do exercises, I can avoid issues with it. But yeah, when not exercising and not moving and just sitting in a chair with a half good posture, it's not the best thing for lower back. You know, we all get those lower back issues sooner or later, especially if we are a little bit taller than average, I guess. And no injury beforehand previous days or weeks. No, with that, nothing. You know, that was why I was so terrified. Like, I honestly thought I was shot in the back the first few seconds, because I just fell straight down on my back. And not only that, my head was in an ant stack. And I didn't care about the ants moving in my head and biting me, because the back pain was so severe that I thought I was dying. That was horrible. So I never gonna forget the expression of my brother's face when he saw me like in the grass like this. What the fuck are you doing, Henrik? That was crazy. Yeah. Jesus. All right. Yeah, the giveaway, for freaking sake. I almost forgot. Let's do it. Let's do the... Yeah, that was brutal with the face in my ants. Ant stack. Ant hill. Yeah, ant hill. What did I say? Ant stack. That's strange. Alright, it's giveaway time, guys. Let's do this. Where is it? There, okay. Alright, guys. Good luck. Let's see who got this winner. Boom. Yeah, one of those maze abilities could be hit on a lumbago. Lumbago. That was terrible. To put that story in in the game from our point of interest. Yeah, we need to make one poor bastard that this happened to. So now you have an ant farm in your head. New monster, giant ant confirmed. No. I was lucky it wasn't those beast ants. We don't have those beastie ants down here in my city. We have those small black ones. They bite a little bit, but nothing too bad. And it wasn't piss ants, luckily. Those are a little bit worse. Pissing acid. Alright, giveaway. Good luck, everyone. Here goes. Yeah, fire ants. I guess they're called fire ants, not piss ants. Alright, let's see who it is. It is, boom! Overlord DVD is the lucky son of a bee. Alright. Peace meal, exactly. Peace ants. Thanks for the giveaway, of course. Overlord DVD, are you here? That is the question. Okay, so it is a user that have disabled messages from strangers, and I'm a stranger to you, Overlord DVD, so it's in your hand to contact me. Send me a DM here on Twitch so we can handle it. I'm not sure if you are written in the yeah, I see you right there. Hail Plorpus. Can you write me a DM, Overlord DVD, so I can message you back with the code? Yeah, I saw him right. I'll give him a moment to sort out the DM. Your friend is sad. Don't get free ammo. Maybe next time. Indeed. I mean, we're giving away a lot of keys over the year now. A lot of keys. So, yeah, pretty much a chance every week. Not too bad. Overlord DVD, are you managing sending me a DM here? Whisper me a message. Send me a message. Yeah, and we also had some special events when we gave away multiple keys. So yeah, I think we have around 100 keys given away, I would guess, over the year. Till next time, of course, every man hero. Did you burp? Or was it someone on Discord? No, I didn't burp. I did a little, almost a hiccup sound, I think. How's it going, Overlord DVD? So you have in your privacy settings, you have it disabled to accept messages from strangers. So I can't write to you, so you have to write to me. So if you can find a whisper function here and send me a DM, I should be able to give you the code. Overlord DVD. Gonna Dominate the Tagmaton and name it Pissant. That's a good one. Reroll. I mean, he is here. We just need to figure out to receive the message. Give it to someone else. I'm Plorpus. I already own the game. Are you Plorpus? So you should I do a reroll then, Overlord DVD? Or is that it? You don't wanna accept it? I could do a reroll if that's what you want. What do you mean with Plorpus? I don't know Plorpus. That's the problem. If you can't afford to spend 50 cents a week on an MMO, you probably shouldn't spend 5,000 hours of your time either. Productivity is going to take a dive when you get the game. Yeah, I guess. Overlord DVD, is that what you're telling me? Should I do a reroll? You're passing. Am I correct before I do the reroll? Reroll. Let's say El Plorpus, please. Plorpus, is that your current character in the game? Sure, I can do a reroll. Let's do it. Alright. New shot, guys. Good luck, everyone. Here we go. A lot of more people signing up as I speak here. Holy cow. A lot. You don't have to rewrite. If you already signed up, guys, you're already in. I haven't flushed it, so don't worry, guys. You don't have to spam it a second time. You're in the list. I haven't reset the sign up. Right? So here goes. Second round. Good luck. Doubly rigged. Nah. Here we go. Oops. The winner is... Boom. Burning Weasel. Burning Weasel. Burning Weasel. A lovely name. Let's see. Is he here? Burning Weasel? Who the hell is that? Good question. Burning Weasel. Hmm. The Burning Weasel. There. Why? Burning Weasel, can you send me a DM? I hear Burning Weasel. Has left the stream. What? No. I don't think so, eh? Burning Weasel. Let's give him a moment. Let's see. Who won the gift? Burning Weasel so far, as long as he's responding. Burning Weasel, you have a moment to respond to DM. And then yeah, we'll give him a moment. Let's see. Is to find a keyboard. He misplaced it indeed. Is it legal if I buy an account for people and they work for me in game? I mean, the play interaction between you in the game is up to you, right? If you convince someone to do some lumberjacking for you and you pay him for it, that's a play interaction, a play trade, right? I would assume that's up to you and your player interaction. Yeah, but let's give the burning weasel a little moment before we call a possible new shot. Yes, so along with TC Epic Game release, I mean, we plan to have a nice little Twitch drop operation program to support our awesome streamers, give back and promote their streams. Obviously, we have a really solid streaming panel so far. You know, I always keep an eye out for our streamers, keep track of all that. And of course, we want to help our streamers to grow. We want to make more affiliates and partners. And, you know, obviously, them streaming game help us with awareness of the game. So, yeah, we have at least two nice things in mind for Twitch drops for our awesome streamers along with the Epic Game release. So yeah, we are specifically pinpointing those streamers that have been obviously awesome streamers over the year. Just read into the Steam page that game is no longer requiring subscription. That's true. So on the Steam page, it should say that there are no currently subscription enabled, but it will be along with Epic Game release. But currently, no, there's no subscription enabled. You can purchase the game and play the game for free. And when we do the Epic Game release, we haven't announced that date yet. That's when the first free month start for everyone. And then if you want to continue playing, that's when a subscription becomes necessary. Burning Weasel. Let's give him another minute. Still no response, guys. Please don't do something corny like a cape without ammo or Star Wars logo for a Twitch drop, lol. I mean, obviously it wouldn't fit to have a Star Wars or a ammo logo in the game. That would break the immersiveness, right? It wouldn't fit. Obviously it needs to be something that fits the game. Yes, there is a give up function we want to add as soon as we can, which allows a player to pretty much raise his arms and say, please don't kill me, I give up. And that also allows the opponents to access his inventory and grab what he wants and then let him live for another day. Yeah, I mean, the suicide button is different from surrender to your enemy, right? yeah, a standard subscription, a little bit under World of Warcraft and New Online. Currently looking at $14.25 regional based price. Thank you. Myth of Empires did that. Did they make a game logo for the cape? I mean, if you obviously the immersiveness level and respect in the game world is important for us. So obviously we don't want to break that, right? There are suitable drops, some decoration gear, possible game time. You know, we're gonna eventually start restarting the subscription along with Epic Games. So obviously having game time drops gonna be useful as well, right? No, $14.25. $14 and 25 cents American price, and it will be regional based. So it's just below the standard. It's, you know, pretty close to the standard when it comes to a subscription based model. Like I said, every series game obviously need to have an income, a funding to be able to continue expand the projects, build it, expand on it, and make it even better and larger over time. And a subscription-based model is the best way of supporting a game that respects the integrity of the game and the players in the game. And that is what we're doing for the gaming community. We didn't pick the free-to-play, pay-to-win, pay-to-access, locked content, pay to be the best player, or pay to look like Rainbow Fairies. Crazy stuff like that. We choose to respect the game and the players, and hopefully we will have a growing player base that are enjoying that game. I respect that. We will see, right? I guess it's time for a reroll. Haven't got a response from Burning Weasel. Are you here, Burning Weasel? Are you writing in the chat? Are you here? What are your thoughts on cosmetic only in-game shop? We want to offer that as excitement, professions, rewards, uniqueness, work and reward for those unique, exciting cosmetic stuff, rather than just letting everyone buy it. You know, obviously it's an attractive business model, but don't we want to respect the game instead and get all of that juice correctly, respecting the gaming experience for the same low amount every month instead? You know, that is what we hope that our player base will see, the strength and, you know, the advantage is having that rather than just buy random stuff. So that's our aim and vision, at least. And if our player base supports that and is growing, then obviously we're here to really deliver along that line, as long as we have a player base. And yeah, you know, you're not gonna pay for future expansion, which you do in all other MMOs. You just keep on enabling the subscription whenever you want to play, and you get access to everything. Reroll time, eh? Burning Weasel haven't shown up in the chat, right? I haven't missed him. I don't think so. I think he's AFK or left the building. Yep. He burned his shot. Out of luck. Alright. It's reroll time then. Let me prepare it. If you already signed up once today, you're already in the list. So you don't have to write !M2 again. Only if you just tuned in and haven't written it before. Just want to make that clear. I saved the sign up until I have given out the key. So I know that, you know, we got a winner. And yet I see a lot of people write it again. But it's fine. Better to be safe, right? But yeah, I just wanted to make you aware. Going to win, so thank you in advance for the cup of the game. Struggle snuggler, you say that, eh? For as long as MO2 exists, I will be here, rain or shine, for this awesome stream. Can't wait to play one day. Apache Vigilant, awesome to hear. Can't wait to play one day. We don't own a game yet, Apache Vigilant. Is that what I'm hearing? Can we make Salt Sword unbreakable? Ooh. That is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Reroll time, guys. Good luck. Boom. Third charm. Third charm. Boom, 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 boom. Congratulations, though bastard. Though bastard. Though bastard. Let's see if he is here. Come on now. Come on now. Good evening, Curious Holger. Good evening. Though bastard. Let's see. Is he here? Is he here, guys? Let's see. The bastard. Did he write? Did we see him? Reroll. Calm down, guys. Let him get a minute here to get these things right. I think that list needs to be remade. Usually we don't have that much unlock hitting someone active actually, but it happened once before. Not in chat. I actually have him here. Oops. But he may be inactive. He ain't saying nothing. I get damn. All right, let's give it 1 minute and then bam, another reroll. Flush the list. We'll give it one more before flushing. Usually we're not that unlucky. But let's see. Because then, yeah, you also don't have to spam it with another sign up. We already have the list. Is he not in the chat, guys? Though bastard. Put in chat. Okay. He's gone. He's gone. That's the instant roll then. Instant roll. Chickaboom. Chickaboom. I guess you can sign up and then lead the chat, and that's what's happening also. Let's go. Bungalow bird. Bungalow bird. Are you in here then? Bungalow bird? Let's see. Come on, man. Come on, man. I really need to refresh the list. Is that the problem? Have people left already? Let's see. Bungalow bird. But Do I have bots joining the chat, or what are you telling me? Now I got response from both Bungala Bird and Tobastar. That's a tricky one. So both Bungala Bird and Tobastar is here. Oh my gosh. So how do we That's a tough one. Coin flipping. Yeah, Tobastar was missing during those minutes. And then I got an instant response from Bungala Bird. Yeah. Yeah, oh, I feel a little bit sad, Tobastar, but yeah. I thought you had left for good. And I'm actually running out of keys. We need to refill the keys from Steam. It's you know, a specific process to go getting those. But yeah, Bungala Bird, you responded directly after you won the key. So I guess sorry Tobastar for being a little late rejoining. I hope you don't feel too bad about it. Are you both mortal owners? Are you current players or are you new? Yep, to what? Are you new or a current mortal pro? Let him deal for it. He actually typed in the chat before the last roll. You mean Tobastar? Did I miss it? Both seems to be mortal pros at least. So all right. Let me see how many keys I have. Shall we give 2 keys then? I have a few left. I feel too bad for missing that. So yeah, I will give 2 keys because I fumbled and didn't see the chat in the general, I guess. So let me check them off here. Classic choice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I rushed that one a little bit faster than I did the other one that wasn't here, and it seems like you wrote in the channel and I missed that. So if it doesn't feel right to not give both. All right, here is Tobastar's key. Congratulations for winning that. And here is Bungala Bird. There you go. 2 keys today because of my fumbling. 2 keys, so no keys next week. All right. Henrik the Merciful. Yeah. I jumped the reroll trigger. You trigger me so badly here. You know, pushing that reroll. All right. That was today's giveaway. Let's see. That means we're getting to the ending point, people. If we have any specific exciting questions that we all wonder or what the hell is going on, well played, well played. Thank you very much. Another one. Another one. Giveaways key will add double subscription. I mean, I doubt that. Obviously, there are multiple players that have 1, 2, 3, even 4 accounts. I doubt everyone will sub all those ones, which will also help a little bit with the overall intention behind play interaction, trade, and commitments, you know. Again, we're trying to respect the game as much as possible because we strongly believe this will be it for the long run. This is the game. If you're looking for any free player ability to do whatever, you're free to do whatever you want, obviously with consequences, in a true sandbox. No. What changed your mind about adding mana potions to the game? So we're still not adding those instant refill mana potions because it will have an impact in overall mage balance. We want that to be something, oh shit, I'm running out of mana, I need to, you know, recover that or prepare for that. It's part of the mage gameplay. But like I said, we are adding mana regen abilities that, you know, connects to that. We have that a little bit already in some components, but you'll also be able to refine some of that for in alchemy. So it's not full recap, you know, refill mana in one click. We add some form of terraforming. So we, you know, the tech is there. We can support it, but there are some major things obviously that we need to carefully consider. We're building a amazing looking world, but not only the terrain world, also on the underside of the world. We're going to expand that. There's going to be a whole world under the world. And obviously if you can start digging everywhere and remove all that, then, you know, all those cave systems and underground areas may become a digged out, empty, you know, thing eventually, and the whole world may become a mess. So obviously we need to be very careful about giving you that extremely powerful tool that could really mess up the whole continent. So we're quite careful there. There may be room that, you know, in this area there are suitable and lore explanation of why you may modify that, but not everything. So we are very careful about it. You know, if you design a whole game in mind and don't, you know, consider creating those tunnels and allow that for the players, then, you know, maybe that would be more suitable. But we have great plans for Underdark things in the world that obviously will be heavily impacted if players can dig through all that. Will there be other weapon outside of daggers which will benefit high dex more than strength? There will be types of fist weapons that I would say that could also benefit from some of the dex, being agile, utilizing some of those blade, hook, pointy things, and then obviously there will be the heavy types, more blunty, hammer types of fist weapons. But I could see that some of those fist weapons could benefit from dex builds, utilizing speed and weak spots, for instance. And then we have throwing weapons from throwing small to heavier throwing weapons that may also tap into some of those options in the lower, more dependent on dex rather than a lot of strength in some of those. So there are absolutely some potential for some additional ones. Polymorph. I mean, we have some schools that will affect your appearances and transform different things, that's for sure. I was a band to talk to GM. I just find it easy to read when typing all caps. But you're not reading it when you write to him, right? So that's strange. But I mean, I don't think any gym would ban for just typing in caps. That is not a ban reason. Like I said, this is not really the place to discuss those cases. I would suggest you to contact support or GMs or Rob or any of those that can help you with those type of questions. We add crop system to the game soon. Along with TC, there will eventually be crop farming, etc., but not in the initial TC pack. Will dropped item ever appear on the ground instead of being deleted? Yeah, so there's a huge thing on the network when it comes to allowing anyone to throw any crap on the ground. This was actually becoming a problem in Ultima Line. People just throw out tons of crap. And initially they didn't thought of that, and it started to crank up the server capacity load and a lot of client load and shit. So they started to promote these programs to clean up the cities in certain ways. Obviously, that happening, I knew that that will happen. And in a 3D game like this, that costs more than a 2D game. So we knew that we can't just let that be a thing. With that said, there are most likely room for allowing special rules that allows you to throw something on the ground. I mean, we already see in big battles tons of loot bags spread out in vast amounts. They do cost, they add to that cost. And obviously, if 90% of them are just a dead body eventually, and it's still there draining performance, it's not optimal, right? When you know, we want to make sure that all that performance goes to the clients and battles and servers in a way where it matters. So adding another option where you just throw out different types of craps, it adds to that cost, not only on the server, like I said, also for the clients. So we're careful about adding those components without really going through the rules that limiting it, so it can't be spammed and ruining client performance and also start affecting network on the server side. So we simply need more time. It's something we want to support. There are groups where we already discussed this internally, where we can allow throwing out things where it goes to a group, and you know, we can optimize it. Like I said, we really need to make sure we cover everything, because you know, people do crazy stuff, and we don't want that to be a thing right now when we're approaching TC and Epic Game release. We want to make sure everything is under control. There's no way for the players just to spam crazy things, and you know, we may have missed something. So yeah. Yeah, it's not optimal. Allowing, obviously, combat deleting is strange. That's why we have that timer and some rules to prevent some of that obvious deleting. Obviously, the optimal would be that instead of deleting, you have to throw it on the ground. And if you throw it on the ground, then maybe, yeah, you get away and they take that and be down with it. Or you know, there are some good things with it for sure, that allowing that, and we will evaluate that when we have more time to give some that kind of refinement. Can you share anything about future throwing weapons? Also, will crossbow see a way into the game eventually? Yes, crossbow will most likely be for the throwing weapon group, because throwing weapon is a little bit more advanced, I would say, than the crossbows. The crossbows have a more clear state in terms of, we will have a few different types of crossbows, from light, small ones, to heavy, that you need to use this lever cranker to weave it up, you know, and it takes time to reload it and put that bolt in, and it's a heavy sniper bolt compared to the small one that you may be able to fit like 4 or 5 small bolts, and it's like a repeater, less range and not as heavy impact, but you may be shooting a few quick ones before you have to reload the whole mechanics of it, and not really rely on strength rather than dexterity to be quick reloading that. So there's some interesting aspect with that, and obviously, like I said, the heavy sniper one, that is heavy ass crossbow. So I would say that one is a little bit more straightforward. because the throwing weapons will be everything from a small throwing knife to, you know, what are they called, the spears ones, javelins, right? To throwing axes. There are a few different types that also behaves a little bit different in the arc, angle, and range. And some may be dependent again on strength heavily, and some a little bit more on dex. And of course the animation and how you aim with all that. It adds a little bit more complexity to support those types of throwing weapons. But both these groups for sure is something we plan to add into the game. I don't know the exact order of things yet still, and when we can expect them. Again, I would say that depends heavily on you, the community. If we see a great number of people say, this is the weapon group we all want, we want it now, we will make that happen. Will there be wands and staves with magic damage? So with staff magic, obviously we will have the staff implemented. There will be different types of staff that you will craft and imbue the power in. And that is the key component as well when you cast any spells as a staff mage with the staff magic school. You will be able to will this staff and hit with it as well, and you will have different states and spells that you can have active on this staff and also use them as casting with the staff, obviously. So that is the unique component with staff magic. You will be able to use the staff both as a melee defending offensive weapon, but also mainly obviously to use it as casting powerful spells, and spells in a new way, in a very cool way. And you will be able to have two different approach styles. One is the classical Gandalf style, and the other one is a monk style. And one other big part of the staff magic is the components of how to construct your staff and build that staff is interesting and important part of the staff magic. So I would say it's two categories, main categories for staff magic, or maybe three even. One is how you can utilize it as a melee fighting weapon. The other one is the pure magic and power casting spells with the staff. And the third is the construction of staffs. A very specific way of constructing them and building them to give those specific bonuses and powers to use with your spells. So we need to consider that if you have to invest everything in building this perfect staff for your mage, and then bam, you get whacked and lose the staff, game over. That wouldn't be very exciting, right? To invest in that research and building that. So we're looking at, again, everything is not 100% finalized in design-wise. There are some question marks regarding some specific things, and this is one of those. Like, we know that we want you to enjoy the process of creating this staff, exploring and crafting this type of staff that unlocks power for your mage. For that to happen, then obviously that power needs to be, it's bound to the staff. So if you lose it, you will kind of lose that power. But we do want you to be able to rebind that power to a new staff type without having to do the whole procedure that you have researched and created. At the same time, obviously, we want it to be a cost risk involved with this. So when you do manage to steal a staff from a staff mage, obviously that should be a consequence to that. Just like you steal a Footy's Cornite gear and his Cornite weapon, that's a loss for that Footy, right? And a win for you to get that gear. In a similar way, how you can steal that staff. But like I said, we want to find that balance where the mage can still get back on track with the commitment of repaying that, and he's kind of back on track again. And that is where we have a few options and question mark to iron out. But you see what we're getting at, right? We want to have that depth in investments and risk reward. At the same time, we don't want to, if you commit everything in this and then bam, it's all gone. We want to find that balance level. Make one quick giveaway. I already given 2 keys today. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. But yeah, it's a really cool, exciting magic school. Again, we never got to the point to deliver staff magic in the first game. With elementalism being the next delivery, we are surpassing Model 9 in also magic schools, which is very exciting. And slowly venturing into new schools that we couldn't really deliver the way we wanted in the first game either, which we pretty much can now in Model 9 2. Can you explain your thoughts on dual wielding? How would that work in a combat sense? Will blocking be non-existent? Can I attack in 2 different directions at once? So we had dual wielding in the first game, and it didn't turn out well. People didn't really fight as the dual wielding style and performed well in that in an exciting way. The only reason you would go dual wielding in the first game was to utilize some of the special attacks that it gave and offered, like double strike, triple strike, backstab, stuff like that. The initial thought was that you should be able to combine. So in your right hand you hold maybe a hammer, the left hand you maybe hold a sword. So you could tap into all damage type, like big blunt with your right hand, piercing or slashing with your left hand. We thought that that's interesting. You could combine your own damage types and cover a wider spectrum by using your left or right hand. But it didn't really turn out well. It didn't play as the intended design initially. So it just, turned to be the special ability combo attack pretty much. So this time we said, let's not do the same thing. Let's not just add dual wielding. We're new people that are excited about it. Pick it up and see, it doesn't play out that way, and it's clumsy and you can't really compete with it. We don't want to offer the same thing, so this time around we want to experiment with this a little bit to actually give a new type of style where you utilize the speed bonuses and fight a little bit different if you choose to go dual wielding. We need to do a lot of testing to make sure we can get that experience and player feeling in a nice way so it actually works and offer that what we want this time around. So that is why we said we need to pause it, and we can't spend weeks on that now to try to make that work, because we need to get more of the core functions in a good state for the game first, and then we can go back on dual wielding again, depending on we see that there's a huge group of players that really want us to deliver dual wielding, and therefore we need to prioritize that on the list. But as you can see over the stream today, we got a lot of different interesting questions about many different fields, and it's so difficult, right? What do we pick? Like I said, we can't do everything at the same time as long as we are a small team. Hopefully we can grow and change that slowly over time. But we need to pick a few areas and focus on that as a team, and make that really solid and well and deliver it good before we move on to another feature. So it's going to be exciting to see what you guys really think. You will see what we will present, a good amount of good options in different categories. And then it's up to you to pick, okay, in exploration, RP elements, this is the feature we want to see first. In PvP, this is the feature. In TC, this is the feature. In PvE, this is the feature. In combat only, this is the feature. In magic only, this is the feature. And that gives us, and yeah, in general, what completely new feature we never reached in the first game, such as a new big feature, such as boats, for instance. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the community wants first of all, so we can get a clear picture. Okay, now we know what the majority of our player base want to see first on the upcoming roadmap, and we will try to refine that roadmap and then publish that roadmap when we are finished with all the question marks and design and iron out what we need to do. So that's the plan for us to do after this current roadmap. So you will be very close tied to those decisions. So you will decide. The sailing and boat system is for sure a huge thing that a lot of people are asking for constantly, and is growing constantly in terms of interest. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how high up it may be on the desired request from the player base. We will see. We will see. Boats before anything else. Is that the thing? I wonder how high it will be on the list. I know it's gonna be popular for sure, and I'm myself personally is very excited about the ship system, because there's a lot of cool things that I know we want to do and can do. That's gonna be awesome. Just again add a whole new experience to the game, and we will cater for a whole new audience coming to the game possibly. So yeah, Henrik, we love this game so much. I'm happy to hear that. Wire Sippo. Please work on the risk-reward balance for footy. High-end armors more than steel are simply not worth using because they take too long to make and are lost easily, especially against mages, which lose almost nothing. So you will have more tools starting already with Sprint 4 patch. Next patch we will have alchemy components that allows you to counter those mage burst damage a lot more effectively. You know, there are already some good tactics, but obviously if you lack those options, you will have additional safe options that you can also bring as a solo player. You know, starting with alchemy components, so you will be able to counter heavy mage burst damages, especially those ecumenical necro spells. The new school elementalism, we actually take the opportunity to correct some damage balance in terms of so for instance, if I'm throwing a boulder rock at you with elementalism damage, it won't be magic damage. It will actually be, for instance, in this case, a boulder, which means blunt damage. Which means if you have that awesome Crow Knight armor, you will absorb that damage very effectively. If you have crappy armor, then obviously you will take more damage, right? So already here we have I think a better balance, balance-wise, because there are going to be a lot of physical natural damage along with elementalist spells. Obviously, some of them are the cold, ice, fire is the heat, that you can also adapt the damage to in different ways. So there are already natural counter and balance parts that reduces that type of damage. But the general magic damage in pure form, you will also be able to reduce with alchemy effects and so on. That you also can do, obviously, like, you know, the human buffs is very effective there, and then also you always have the psi against the normal magical damage as well. So, but yeah, we don't want everyone to run around in Ogmium or Crow Knights on the battlefield, because that is high-end material. It's supposed to be rare, take time, expensive, and it's something that you maybe take out in special circumstances. You know, everything is on the stake. They're pushing hard with the melee footers. We need to use our best gear to protect our TC, whatever, and you utilize those armor gears in a normal battle when you know not that much is on the stake. Maybe you steal or something more like that, or even understeal. So I when I hear that, I'm actually happy to see that everyone is not running around in Crow Knight. If that was the case, I would be worried, because the balance wouldn't be right then. So what you're saying actually makes me happy in terms of, great, everyone is not running around in Crow Knight, and that's, you know, exactly how it should be. So I think we are, you know, on a decent baseline. We are missing a few important factors, such as you don't have all the tools to counter or adapt towards against mages. You will get that with the next patch. For instance, we are working on the dismount debuff timer, so you can punish those mounted mages, mounted archeries, and even mounted combats. If you manage to dismount them, they should have a penalty, obviously, and can't just remount instantly again. There are some of those, obviously, that are missing currently, that needs to be there to give the more proper balance for everyone to enjoy combats in all those various forms. We haven't had the time to touch Necromancy, the Race Walker command thing that we talked about before. And we're very busy with Elementalism. Like I said, it's a huge school. As soon as it's fully done and we're happy with that, that's when we're going to take a look on what do we need to do with Spiritism and some possible of those tweaks with some of those spells to make it more quality of life functions. Why does it take 20 seconds to open the door? It's you fiddling around with the keys in the locks and mimicking that, because how is it locked if not? It is a game, so sometimes it doesn't make sense, and obviously it's not a real simulation when you have to take up the key, hit the hole when you're stressed and turn it around and wiggle the key if it gets stuck, stuff like that. It's also a balance thing when people jump in, jump out, jump in, jump out, closing, open, and it's a little bit foolish. We also lack the tools to actually take fully control. I'm tired of this shit. I'm gonna blow up the door. We don't have that support yet. We're getting all that support with TC. Along with that, we could actually reduce the door timer, because now you're gonna have different type of tool sets to, affect the outcome. So yeah, it makes sense that we may reduce the open and close door timer along with that patch. And it's not 20 seconds, I think it's 5 seconds, so quite a difference. Will Unreal 5 bring ray tracing? We saw when Fortnite went to Unreal 5, it became much harder to run. So it is essential to add FSR at the same time, in my opinion. What do you mean, harder to run? I mean the performance. The performance hits when they added that. I assume that you are referring to Lumens, the lighting system in Unreal 5 on Fortnite, and that it does have a performance hit. That is correct. Lumens is not cheap. It is most effectively used on newer hardware. So if you have new hardware, then it handles it better. If you have older hardware, then yes, you will notice a performance hit. And this is the reason why we also decide to have that optional. That is the goal, to make that optional. So if you are on older hardware, you can obviously try Lumens and see how that performs in the computer. But if you think that is too big of a performance hit, you can go back to the old lighting system. That will save you some possible frames. Because again, frame performance is important in Mortal Online. And of course we want to support the future and make it look next gen. So we can utilize that as well. FSR DLSS is of course very great if you are not CPU bottlenecked, CPU bound, which means you have more juice to squeeze out of your graphic card, and also especially in higher resolutions. We support DLSS already, and we plan to upgrade to the latest DLSS that also reduces some of the ghosting issues we have in our current build. So finally I managed to almost iron out those issues completely, which is great, and also improve performance additionally. FSR, I'm not sure if there's a plugin for Unreal Engine at this point. I haven't really looked into it lately. So there could be a plugin for it, and if there is, it shouldn't be a big problem for us to add support for that as well. But like I said, we need to look into it. Look into it to see if there's plugins available or not. Will Unreal 5 improve performance for the current graphics settings? So again, it depends on what options you're going to use. I'm sure you have seen Cyberpunk. They push the limits when it comes to ray tracing, all kind of shenanigans to make it look awesome, reflection and all kind of crazy eye candy. And on latest hardware, again, it works quite impressively. But on a little bit harder, older hardware, you can kill the performance quite quickly when you crank this up, right? And it's a form of ray tracing when it comes to the Luma system and all that, which is demanding on the graphic card. So with that said, like I said before, we want to give the options for you depending on what kind of hardware you have. I mean, our game today still look amazingly beautiful, I think. And I think most people here agree that have seen Mortal Online and run around in the world that we do have one of the most beautiful MMO game on the market currently, which is really cool and exciting. So it's not that it's completely out of date and really needs a boot up in terms of visuals. But obviously it's awesome to go from the highest position to even higher, utilizing Unreal 5. But yeah, with that said, depending on if you enable lumens, etc., you're gonna see a hit on the performance most likely. We don't have the final numbers yet. We are working very hard on optimizing the back-end cost for the world, utilizing the assets in the right way to be able to utilize nanites and save as much performance as possible, to allow more room for those juicy eye candies. So in general, if you don't enable lumens, etc., the game will look quite similar to as it does today, but you will see an improvement in the performance, most likely. Like I said, if you start enabling those lumens, it depends heavily on your hardware. Yes. So we are looking to add a possible support for multiple doors, which could act as an airlock for house stronghold users. We know how effective that was in the first game. So we're looking at adding a possible support for like 2 doors per floor level. If we can make that happen, then obviously we'll have plenty of tools to increase your security, right? It's a little bit complicated when there are multiple doors, and also how AI interacts, because the AI needs to be able to read what the hell is going on inside a house and outside. If it's a door, if it's a blown up door, or if it's a blown up wall, can it walk in or out? Stuff like that. So we are working on that currently. The performance improve without lumens enabled? Yes, most likely yes. We have identified various location areas of the world where we know we can work a lot here, we can optimize a lot here, to make sure that we, again, just in general also optimize the game as much as possible so we can afford more of the eye candy as well. So yeah, in general you will see a performance gain in various locations of the game if you don't enable lumens, for instance. And hopefully there will be enough performance for decent computers to see the freaking amazing lumens magic, because that makes the game look like a freaking real life. And not only that, it also better emits lights, make lights bounce in dark areas, so you actually see better because the light behaves correctly when it bounces against the walls and a floor, that it lights up better and you can actually see details better, and rather than the more, you know, almost from a brightness hits and there's ambient lights and there's pitch black and so on. That edge, it doesn't work like that today. The light doesn't bounce. There's no ray tracing or anything like that. So that's why we need to fake the light and work a lot to get around that to make it look neutral and realistic. But it's still always, you know, a bit far away from ray tracing or the lumen system where the light bounces and just lights up the area more naturally like it would in real life. So it actually helps also to make it look better, and you can also see better in some of those shadowed area where there's bright light next to it because it bounces. There is an FSR plugin for Unreal 5 already. Okay, that's awesome then. So then we will try to look into that to see if it's as straightforward and stable as the DLSS. And if it is, then we will try to make that happen. We plan to add bow arrow fletching eventually. That will also allow you to make different types of arrows with different strength, pros, cons, even sound arrows, you know, signal arrows. And with TC you're also getting one of the first new one, which is being able to ignite arrows with fire damage. That will be more effective against wooden things and siege weapons. So it will be expanded eventually into other types of arrow types also. But I can't say when those fletching comes in. But I can say that we're going to have the fire arrow at least for TC. It's a good defense weapon for any archer to try to hurt siege weapons. Fire arrows in TC, but will there be any armor piercing ones like for longbow? You mean the actual fire arrow? So you should be able to add this cloth with fire on any arrow, pretty much, long and short. Fire arrow for signal will be amazing, indeed, indeed. Not only that, you will be able to do sounds. If you shoot an arrow that makes sounds, you can hear that. That very specific sound for, you know, a certain command on the field or whatever that may be. Where's my sound effects, guys? Clip that. Don't. I'm getting tired here, guys. Perfect. Right? I should do more sound effects for a game, right? Woo. Sound like a Campodon bag. Indeed. Yeah. It's exciting, guys. Exciting. We're getting closer and closer to those big milestones, and then we're actually getting to start to work on those new ground, new tiers that we never got to in Mortal Online over those 10 years of development. Quite crazy that we are already surpassing Mortal Online in many of those areas. It's going to be very exciting. How's it going with the music you talked about a while back? Same as Valheim or something? Yeah. So we worked with the composer that made almost all music for Mortal Online back in the days, many years ago now. And yeah, he went on when we were finished with that soundtrack, and he did the soundtrack for Valheim lately. And of course we want to have the red line, you know, following, so the music theme still speaks Mortal Online. We're looking into a few options here to see what we can do, because yeah, we would like to expand the soundtrack, you know, playing it for over 1,000 hours. More and more people will turn it off because they heard it quite a lot, right? Understandably. So we do want to expand it eventually. 6 years and 3 months. That is impressive, A-Tech. I didn't know we had that function. It's been following Mortal Online 2 for 6 years. 6 years, how the hell? When did I start the Twitch account? Is it possible to see that somewhere? I guess I'd had this account for quite a while. Been a while indeed. When we're looking at varied housing styles, yeah, we got that question earlier as well, and we have a system supported for a few different things: environment effects, and also that allows you to actually change the materials, the outer, inside, interior. And also the third one is completely new types of styles of houses, more large houses, other types of strongholds, but also clade inspired. I don't know exactly when. Again, I will say that it depends heavily on what you want. So again, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be a fun moment when we do that poll debates within the community, where we start cracking into, okay, what's next? What will you like to see next in these categories? And we'll have to see where it goes on that list, pretty much. Because yeah, we can't do everything at the same time, as you understand. Will I be able to, with a friend or two, sneak to E-Tech's house in game and blow it up while he's offline when TC comes? We talked about this also a little bit early in the stream, so I guess we're getting to the end of the stream here. So, as I said then, is that we know that in the first game, Ninja Sieging was quite an issue, and it wasn't fun for anyone to log into the game and to see everything was lost. That's not optimal for anyone in the game or the game population, because more and more people will just fuck it and, you know, leave, and that's not good for anyone. So we want to make sure that you should only siege if there's a really good reason and you want to commit for that. and just sieging a house, is not really, exciting and fun when he's offline and you're just standing there and trying to siege it down. So I would say that would be, if you're occupying area that someone wants to grab, or it's an obvious enemy that you want to commit everything to wipe their house away from that zone, or whatever that may be, or you really, you're tired of them being in there just laughing, and they don't want to go out and take the consequences, or whatever that may be, then of course you can always invest in doing that siege and wreck a house, yes, but it would come at a cost, and not only gold, resources, and prominence costs to initiate that. So we're trying to find that balance where just sieging anything without a proper reason shouldn't be a common thing. So there will be consequences to that, to make sure that is it worth investing in doing this. So that's, I guess, the general vision and goal we're trying to balance it towards. So defense values, etc., gonna change compared to this. And there's also the right way of sieging. There's a reason why there are a lot higher hit points on keeps, etc., and that is because it would be almost impossible to siege those also without initiating the sieging process. And the sieging process takes a little bit time and preparation, and also alerts the enemies. So that will also give a more fair opportunity to defenders or the owners to actually, holy shit, we need to act. And it's not just gonna be a ninja siege and it is all over in an hour or so. So those are the mechanics we're gonna discuss in a future TC sieging stream that we're gonna cover eventually. Yeah, and also, depending on where in the world and aligned to what nation, there may be loss on that as well. Like I said, along with the Epic Game release, we're adding the nation expansion and the zone rules also. That makes it more important that, if you want to stay away from the nations and the conflicts and murder counts and all that, you're more in the outlaw lands, zones, and don't have to interfere with that much. But if you're interfering with the nation conflicts, you may be more. There will be many more steps on the bad side and the good side when it comes to nation promotion, rather than a few points back and forth. Gold time investment won't stop people from demolishing random houses for fun. No, so just sieging a house won't be fun, because there's no reason just to siege a house without a reason. It will be expensive, it will be time consuming, and it would cost more than money and resources. So like I said, it would be, we need to push it borderline stupid to make that, a thing that everyone will be doing. Because like I said, if we allow that to be profitable or a fun thing, just to random ninja siege people's assets overnight, we're not going to have a single house left in the world, and we're going to have a lot of people leaving the game, because building a house, designing it, decorate it, and having your, feeling of accomplishment, and having a group and having that as a base and some security is a big part of the game. And that is also why Valheim and Ultima Online was extremely successful, and people loved those games. If we remove that big component, we're killing a big part of passion for the game. So you can understand, that's not where we want to promote PvP in sieges. There are supposed to be exciting sieges and battles and conflicts, but they should be in the right way, where you're really looking for that kind of interaction. So I hope that makes sense. We want to try to make those two differences very clear. But yeah, it's a challenge, and hopefully we can get very close to a good line of that. And like I say, we'll learn a lot from the first game. What was fun, what worked, what didn't work. And hopefully we can hit a good baseline at least. And it's better to make it way too difficult to siege rather than way too easy. Losing everything is much worse than, it's too difficult. Then we can slowly tweak it towards, it's in a good balance, rather than, we lost everything. That's it. So yeah. You just see someone's house for clout though. That's lame. Don't do that. Nobody wanna be that guy. All right. You're gonna fix so how people can't smash a casual. I mean that was quite funny to see, right? Like everyone said, oh shit, please just add a hammer so we can siege the walls at least. Bam! You know, we didn't change anything, and 1 year later, people thought it was a good idea to gather 100 people and destroy a wall. Right? It's interesting to see that, you know, it was already possible. Obviously, with insane amount of players and commitment, a lot of things are possible that you may not first think about or thought about. It's one of those challenges in a sandbox game like this where almost anything is possible, right? But yeah, there was a reason why the walls was weaker than anything else, and you saw that the siege kind of stopped when they started bashing the actual keep and saw, okay, this is another ballpark. We need the siege machineries, and that was something we made sure that is the case, right? But a little wall, you know, that wasn't as horrible. But again, this gave us a good insight of, yeah, you know, 100, 200 people can do crazy stuff together. So obviously we need to gather all that data and feedback to see how can we hit that sweet spot to be on the safer side rather than the wrong side of balance, you know, and then slowly move on from there. I mean, it only took a dozen hours. True. Was quite interesting to see. Don't miss my juicy donation, Henrik. Ah, did I miss your donation, Sigurilla? How did I miss that? Did I miss it? I must have missed it. Sorry, man. I can't see it in the history either. Did I thank MC Vike with the $10 donation? That was very generous. Love the game, Henrik. Check out my YouTube channel. A lot of juicy content to watch and more to come. Is that the one you meant? Sorry for missing that one. I'm gonna check that out then. Thank you. With pet navigation in houses updated in Sprint 4. Yeah, because we've been working on navigation inside houses and also around houses. So we should see a good improvement finally to have that in place. Why does keep wall have less hit point than a house? A house is more sturdy than a little wall. You can always smash down a wall. Like I said, we are tweaking some of the numbers along with the sieging mechanics actually coming in. Pet navigation inside of keep walls spots. Will this be fixed soon? Inside of keep wall spots. So we're working on making sure that pet navigation inside houses and around houses should be working. I hope you don't add artificial timers like siege windows or timers after breaking down a house. Hopefully you find a more manual way of making writing for loots take time instead of forced timers. So yeah, we never really enjoyed timers where it's impossible to damage something and in that time frame you can damage something. We didn't like that either, and we found a better way to handle that in a more natural way, and we're gonna cover that in Siege stream eventually. while we wait, can we have some kind of breakdown doors? No, I mean, we are actually working on those sprints now, so we're getting that. So it wouldn't make sense to work on something that are gonna, you know, be finished for those systems when you actually get the real systems. So we're getting close, guys. We are working on those things. Mr. Bugatti, thank you for the gifts. Yeah, the whole Cream System Nation reward with the zone rules are getting the big update with the Epic Game release as well. Yeah, the bounty hunting system will also get an update when we are, you know, finished with these big milestones we have now. We're gonna add a reward system for the bounty hunting system. We're gonna add a few more options so you can refine your targets and have more fun with more options, pretty much. Will alchemy effect bring in poison cloaking to weapons? So we will add poisoning with the assassin skill sets. So whenever we add assassin skill sets, you'll be able to refine poisoning and apply it to a lot of things, such as, you know, even food, alchemy, to weapons, daggers, yes, some arrow types. So it's already possible to extract poison in a raw form in various places in the world, but you haven't learned how to refine it and apply it until we get the assassin skills. Love cheese, eh? Right, I hit the 4-hour mark, guys, and I'm getting tired. So I think I will call it a night. But yeah, it was a good run today. Let's see if we have anyone we should raid. Let's see. We will do the classical vote. 1 second, guys. Help me here to make a call. Okay, cast your vote. 1 minute. Let's see. Better see some element in the next stream. We will see. We will see. Like I said, I'm always a little bit careful about showing something when I know these effects are not done. We know it's gonna change, or, you know, anything like that, because what you see is what people react on, right? And if something doesn't look as intended or spectacular enough, people are gonna say, "Ah, wasn't that? It even looked better in Modern 1." You know, we don't want to hear that, and then explain, yeah, it's a placeholder effect or whatever that may be. You refine the last stuff, like in the last minutes. You need to make sure that mechanics and stability is number one, and then we, you know, slap that final effects eventually. But yeah, we will see when we have time. Hopefully I'll be able to show something soon that should excite you mage lovers out there. Jonah Vale is not playing Mortal, right? I'm only raiding Mortal players, obviously, to help promote them back that are promoting us, right? Thanks for the game, sir. Love it. I'm glad you like it. Alright, we got Avira TV. What the hell do I... Avira it is. Avira. She's doing some cool bounty hunting runs every now and then, and some RP moments. So She's been streaming quite a lot, so that's awesome to see. What thing from the original game did you like better than the current implementation? There was nothing better in the original game than in Mortal 2. Obviously, some missing components are not in Mortal 2 yet, but there are not many left that are missing that we had in the first game. Everything is 1,000 times improved, like day and night. If you saw the optimization in codes and structure, you would understand. This is why new players, you know, are excited about the game, because, you know, like what they're seeing. No, the melee combat didn't work at all in the first game. It was a prediction abuse system to melee fight in the first game. That's why no new player could embrace it. They thought, what the hell is this? Why do I need to learn that? That's stupid. I can't fight like that, and I can hit on 20 meters distances and so on. And no American could melee fight, only, you know, those that were very close to the servers, and everyone else have to use magic. No, everything is greatly improved in Mortal 2, and this is also why we have thousands of players that are very excited for the game that couldn't touch the first game. So we are surpassing Mortal 1 greatly in all areas, and we're also actually slowly surpassing it in features. You know, the schools are soon being met. With Elementalism, we have already like 30 spells more than in the first game, and we are, you know, reaching new schools. We never were able to deliver the clade system even in the first game. We didn't have balanced clades. Everyone was third stars, core thirds or so. There was no options pretty much, so we fixed all those core issues in Mortal 2, which is awesome to see. I found this game through Jonah Vale. Yeah, it was streaming in the stress test and around that era, and yeah, he's a cool guy. He's a cool guy and play a lot of MMOs. So hopefully and maybe he will be back, like many others, for TC and Epic Game release, because that's when we deliver those components that a lot of those players were missing, and disappointed that we couldn't deliver them sooner than, you know, rather sooner than later. But we need to fix the core and make sure the game handle it before we deliver it, so we can enjoy it fully. Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, only 1% could melee fight and PvP in the first game, and that was the old school guys that showed up since the release days. No new player would touch it, sadly, and that was a big problem. People are actually embracing Mortal 2 on a daily basis and fighting and having a lot of joy, so it's a big difference. But, you know, there will always be the nostalgia feeling. Those that, you know, arrived and embraced and learned and adapted to Mortal Fighting 1, obviously remember that as a good thing. Going back today, poof, not possible. It's like some of those Golden Gem games, I remember that, holy shit, it was the best ones. And I actually played some of those games with my friends lately, and we was, holy shit, how could we enjoy this piece of crap? I'm not saying Mortal 9 is a piece of crap, but you see that the things are evolving, and, you know, we're talking about 16 years old systems with 1 second base delay on the back end before ping distance latency. So obviously that explains why it wasn't possible. But at that time, it was impressive and exciting and fun. I enjoyed it, and everyone joining that learned it, enjoyed it. But today, it doesn't work. The standard is much higher. Don't be disappointed, man. Yeah, thank you for doing it right. No, of course. I mean, like I said, it's fine, you know. People always have their opinion and views on things, and that's a fact. I'm just trying to explain what's going on and why and what happened and what we're doing and what we're aiming for, and that's all I can do, right? Will Elementalism have a siege spell like it did in Mortal 1? Yes, and more so in Mortal 2. So this video, if you tune in right now and missed it, we will make a VOD and place it on our website, YouTube, tomorrow or the day after. So you can, and we try to summarize the stuff, important stuff, and the sneak peeks, so you can check them out even if you missed them. All right, guys. It's more than 2 years after Modern 1, or is the lore explained yet? There's lore. If you go to our website, you can read about the transition from Modern 1 to Modern 2. So yeah. Alright. Let's go. It's time for me to get a break, guys. Thank you very much for all your questions and joining in the streams. Like I said, it's very important for us that you obviously have the interest in participating in the streams. As long as you do, we're gonna keep running them. If you think we should change something or not, as you know, don't think they are worth it anymore, then obviously I will spend the time on developing the game. But I really much enjoy spending time with you guys, getting first-hand input, feedback, and discussing whatever we want to, and yeah, have a chill, fun moment. So thank you very much for that support, and thank you very much for all the donations, subscriptions, and all of that. Also, it goes straight back to the development of the game, so you get an even better game. All right, let's do the raid then. Avira TV it is. Show her some support, guys. She's a really cool player, been playing for quite a while, and getting one of those mortal pros, that's for sure. So, all right, have a good night, and I will see you soon again. All right, let's do the raid. Okay, here goes, and have a good night. Bye bye.